Okay, I will then share the agenda and we'll get this rolling. So good evening, everyone. I am Chairman Ben Sale and welcome to the February 17th Planning Commission meeting. We will be going over an agenda in a little bit here, but first things first, this meeting is now called to order and we will need a roll call, please.
Mr. Sale.
Here.
Mr. Waldman.
Present.
Ms. Butler.
Here.
Mr. Imes.
Here.
Mr. Pline.
Present.
Ms. Rubio Dorsey.
Here.
And Mr. Svakanunis.
I think we need a pronunciation clarification real quick, Tom. Let's go for it. Give it, Tom. What's the proper pronunciation for that?
Svakaunitis, I think it is.
Tom, you there? Take yourself off mute.
Okay, I'm here. It's Svakaunitis.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Svakaunitis.
Yep.
I love it. It's fantastic. All right. Not Greek, is it?
No, not at all. Irish.
Yeah. I love it. A person with humor. Okay. Thank you. We have a quorum present tonight. And for members of the public who have been with us for the past recent meetings, you'll know that we were down to 5 commissioners and we were now back up 2 more with Tom Svakaunitis and Teresa, who is, or she just had a name change. Teresa, how are you going to go with that? You're going to go with the hyphenated or obviously?
Yeah, it's Rubio Dorsey. That's the new name.
All right, excellent. So Ms. Teresa Rubio Dorsey, our 2 new commissioners on the Planning Commission, welcome to the fight, and we do appreciate you helping out the city of Annapolis hammer through these things. Okay, I will, is there, and so I'm sure members of the public would like a little quick spiel, if you got 30 seconds or less about yourself and experience and living in the city or how long you have been. So and if you go, since Tom, you're on the left picture here, Tom, why don't you go first, please?
I've been living in the city for 25 years now. I've been coaching wrestling at Annapolis High School for 18 years. I've worked for Sigma Engineering for about 20 years now. It's a engineering and development company in Annapolis. And I also own a patient transport business in Annapolis, wheelchair, vans, and ambulances as well.
Thank you very much, Tom. That's excellent. And Ms. Teresa?
Hi, good evening. So I'm a new resident. I moved here about a year ago. I spent about 20 years working in energy and utilities. I have a background in planning and construction for utility infrastructure, so bringing distribution and things like that to the public. I am currently working at Adobe, so I actually work in tech, but I work from home, and I'm here in my new neighborhood and I recently got married, so a new resident here. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to being on the commission, and I thank you for including me.
Awesome. And could we get both of your hoods? Which hood do you live in?
I'm in Homewood.
Okay.
I'm near Tyler Heights.
Awesome. Okay. So you got a little bit more representation out down there on Forest Drive, a little further down. So excellent. Thank you very much, you guys. And welcome. And we'll have you go through the meeting today, following along with us. For the first couple of items, you'll just be watching. But for the final items, you will actually be an active participant and a voting participant for those following items. But let's first look at the agenda and approve the agenda as it is, or little modifications. And the modification we're first obviously going to need to do is have the sailor's key be the first public hearing to continue, since it's not there on the top, it's down at the bottom. So I'd like to propose that we make item 3, number 1. And then we go through the site design plans as you see them down there. So that's my proposal. Does anybody want to make any more comments on that proposal, or actually make a motion to vote for approval of the agenda?
Well,
So moved.
Okay, so move now, second discussion.
Put Sailor's K first.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. There's been a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the agenda, and this includes our 2 new commissioners, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion passes. The agenda will be executed with item 3 first, followed followed by the regular design there. Don't worry, Ms. Finlayson, we'll answer that for you.
I do apologize. I thought I was on mute. It never fails.
No,
Sorry.
no worries, no worries. It's nice to have a little levity in the meeting sometimes because it will be a long one tonight. Okay, everyone. So going from there, approval of minutes. The February 3rd minutes were emailed out. Since Commissioners Fakianutis and Ms. Rubio Dorsey were not there, they will need to abstain from this when we vote on it. But the minutes, is there any issues with the minutes that were drafted and sent out via email?
There is, and it's very minor. It's on in the last paragraph on whatever page that is. Wait, tell you one.
I think that the correction that you suggested was made and resent today.
All right. All that it is, I can't see it, but all that it is the trails on the property will not be gated off, but they're likewise not intended for use by the public. Because they are intended for use by this facility's residents. That's the only change. And otherwise, I would like to thank Ms. Consoli for really what a great job with these. Thank you.
So that correction was made earlier today.
Thank you.
Yeah, the only further correction, just there appears to be just a typo in that last sentence. This is like a ND should be and or something, but you'll see that, I think.
All right.
Not substantive.
I move to approve the minutes as presented.
I second it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the minutes with the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And abstentions?
I think I'm going to abstain, Ben, because even though I reviewed the meeting, I didn't get a chance to look at the minutes carefully. So.
Okay, that's fine. So a vote of 4 to 3 abstentions, 4, they pass. Thank you, everyone, for reviewing those. Now we'll move on to findings. We are continuing the 2 items from the last meeting, and our findings. Let's see here. Any comments, Chris Beard or anyone else with regard to findings?
No.
So findings for Sailor's Key.
Sailor's Key has not been voted on yet. So
does anybody have any problems if Mr. Beard circulates them, we get a chance to review them and comment, and then maybe vote by email on those? They're very minor.
That's an excellent proposal. When we finish voting on that here in a couple of minutes.
I might add, if you could look for your mail tomorrow, I'll have it ready and it'll go out tomorrow afternoon. So I'll send it out and ask for your permission to sign your names.
Excellent. You have my permission to sign my name. Everyone else?
Great.
Well,
Yes.
have we even voted on it yet?
We haven't voted on it yet, but we're Bob's getting ahead of the game on that one. But
Yeah.
that's fine. We're talking about findings anyway, so that's fine.
Advanced housekeeping.
Yeah, he's making a big assumption that it's going to get approved. I don't think it's a big assumption, I'll be honest. Okay, any other issues with any other findings currently or produced?
Yeah, I just think we need to be careful not to even give the impression that we have things already
In the bag.
know,
That's
already in the
good.
bag for anything that we do. So we shouldn't approach things that way.
That's a very good point. Thank you, Dave. Okay, moving along down the agenda for public hearings. Unless there's any further additions, changes.
Did we take a vote on the last item? You're voting to approve.
I thought we voted to approve.
You didn't, and then I didn't hear it.
We did not vote to approve Sailor's Key yet. We didn't do that. We still have to open it up in this meeting. We haven't opened it up. This is the second meeting we're hearing it.
I'm
Right.
sorry.
Yes.
Pardon me.
All right.
Okay, moving on to public hearings. Item E, and which we will now open up the public hearing We're starting with item number 3, modification of a special mixed plan development, Sailor's Key by David Ness, to adjust the existing building restrictions line to allow a 65 square foot building addition on property located at 1 Sailor's Way. This public hearing is continued from our last meeting. There was no major comment against at the last meeting, and now we're going to open up this item. And do we have any other commenters online that would like to talk for or against the item from staff?
Mr. Chairman, we haven't received any comments either for or against since the public hearing last.
And I concur with that from your emails, but is there anybody online that's maybe dialed in from staff that we don't, the last minutes, or the actual applicant themselves? Is David Ness here? Nice.
I'm here.
And how do
No
you
additional
pronounce it?
comments.
Okay, and how is that pronounced? Ness or Nice?
It's nice.
Nice, that's what I thought.
Thank you.
Okay, and no additional comments. So no additional comments from staff as well. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay, if there's no additional comments from staff and we've received no comments via via the website application process and none here to talk, we will now close the public hearing on that item unless there's other council members on board that would like to talk for or against it. Hearing none, we will close the public hearing on item 3, Sailor's Key, and we will go to commissioners' deliberations. Are there any questions, comments, or deliberations from the commissioners? I'll go ahead myself. I think it's a straightforward application. It is not too intrusive on the property or the properties around it. Surrounding neighbors seem to be in agreement via documentation. And this is something that is not going to cause any major amounts of impermeable surface to be created other than the 65 square feet there. And it's not going to tear down any major trees or even minor trees for that matter. So I think it's a nice addition and it makes sense in the location it's in. Anyone else?
Furthermore, it meets the requirements of the zone that it's in terms of the setback. So it's not asking for something that couldn't be there otherwise. So.
But it does have to go through us.
Yeah,
Oops.
because it was a planned development.
Yep. Okay, any other comments from the commissioners? I'll make a motion that we approve the application PD 2018-001 modifications of a special mixed plan development of Sailor's Key by Mr. David Nice. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second. Any further discussion? None heard. All those in favor, and that will leave our other 2 new commissioners to abstain at this time, just to heads up. But all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? And any abstentions? Our 2 abstentions from our 2 new commissioners, Tom Svakianudis, Ms. Teresa Rubio. Okay, we've got moved on here. That takes care of item number 3. Congratulations, Mr. Nice. And anything staff needs to tell Mr. Nice before we let him go.
No, thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Mr. Knight. And that was an excellent to the point brief. We appreciate that as well. All right, moving on from item number 3 and to talk about the findings for that, we just talked with our legal, Chris Beard is our legal representative, our lawyer for the new commissioners to know. And he'll cycle those findings to us via email rapidly, and we will be able to approve those until signed for us. If you have any issue, commissioners, make that known, please. All right, moving on to item number 1 in the public hearings. This is continued again. We've been hearing this since mid-December. The public hearing continued from February 3rd of this last meeting as well. PD 2019-001. Plan development and preliminary subdivision application by National Lutheran Communities and Services, the developer, Catherine Properties, for the development of an institution for the care of the aged known as the Village at Providence Point on property located at Forest Drive and Spa Road. We have completed the applicant's briefings over a 3+ meeting period, as well as had numerous comments from the public already. And today we will continue those public hearings from people we have online, as well as we have received applications online for that have been presented to the commissioners via email from staff. Thank you very much for comments that we've received. And in doing so, we now open item 1 for public hearing. And staff, could we please go with the first representatives to speak? And we'd like to start with city council members. And then after that, go with city residents and city organizations. And then after that, out to county organizations and county residents. And starting by ward numbers 1 through 8. And staff, let me know when you get your first council member online that would like to speak for this item. If there is any that council member that would like to speak for this item.
Yes, this is Alderwoman Finlayston.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. This evening, I come to you to say thank you. Thank you to National Lutheran, to concerned citizens for proper land use, to the planning department and city staff, to you, the members of the Planning Commission, and everyone else who had a hand in getting us here. And to Mrs. Pearson for hanging in there for 10 years, I think it was just said. It's been a long time coming, and we're almost there. All the work that has gone into this project will make it, I believe, one of the best in our city. The amendments to the original design are numerous. From the traffic mitigation that will improve the intersection at Forest Drive and Spa Road, from the reduction of land use out of the 175 acres down to 34 acres, the tree-to-tree replacement with the rest of the land being placed in a conservation easement, the new wellness house that's coming, the stream restoration to improve Crab Creek, the collaboration between the American Legion, Ingerman, and the city to control Forest Drive traffic and the use of an access road. We know we still have some work to do, and particularly protecting the residents who live near the road to be. But it is this type of collaboration, patience, and determination to get it right that brings a project such as this to fruition. It is an environmentally sustainable development and a model for urban development. So again, I'm sorry, I just wanted to come this evening to say thank you. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Finlayson. Appreciate that. Our alderwoman here tonight speaking. Do we have any other older persons available to speak? And that includes the mayor, of course. And I don't think he's going to be here tonight. Okay, Ms. Finlayson, thank you very much, representing a large chunk of Annapolis. And that you've obviously done your homework with the research on what's happened here. So a lot of that, yes, that happened, and that's very pertinent to the situation. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Sales, may I add, I've been on the council for 15 years. And
Yeah.
this project has been in the works for almost that long. So I've kind of lived it also.
And
So
you've seen all the iterative changes.
yes, I have. Yes,
I know it might be repetitive, but I'm going to ask you from the first one that you saw I think it was over 15 years ago. I wasn't around here on the commission at that point in time. What would you say the percentage of changes from there? And is it a well over 50%, 75%, or just completely new?
Well, I would guess it's well over 50%.
And so
Now,
you'd
this
say
is coming from an English teacher, not a math person, but significant changes.
And from what you've seen
Um,
over the years, would you say that most of the angst and problems that you've seen with the development, would you say most of that you think has been addressed with the local community surrounding?
Absolutely. I think the community organization, the Concerned Citizens Group, have really stepped up and worked with the planning staff and the developers to get it right. And as I said, it's a good example of what happens when you bring all of the parties together and you listen and hear what all the concerns are, and then you make every effort to address those things. And I think the end product here is a perfect example of, how that works. So yes, significant changes, and it really sounds like something almost everybody can live with. I know I've got some work to do in the ward with the residents who live close. But we've been working on this for a long time. So considerably improved over 10 years ago.
Okay, and that's important, I think, for the public to know that you've dealt with this project for well over a decade. So you've got the eyesight, the hindsight and the foresight to what it could be all wrapped up in one. That's hard for a lot of us to get. So thank you very much for that. Any other commissioners, questions of Mr. Finlayson?
Oh, thanks.
I just have one quick question. How do you feel that this fits in, with the other development that's happened, up South Cherry Grove and, where the CVS is and the housing and, that's been built there recently, last, I guess, 10, 15 years. I mean, this all sort of works for you in that regard?
I think it does. And I only hesitate because I've not had this discussion with the folks in the Village Green. But if you recall, just a few years ago, when there was the discussion about moving Public Works to the property next to the American Legion, and most of Ward 4 were engaged during that time. And I didn't hear, there were no attacks or no negative sentiments during that time from anyone. We hear a little rumbling, not rumblings, but concerns now, but they embraced the idea of bringing more business. Most of those frontline townhouses on Skipper are work-live units. So the first floor are supposed to be businesses, and most of them are. So they will, relish the opportunity for other people to know that they're there and what they have to offer the community. So all that to say, there hasn't been an outcry in opposition at all.
Great.
I hope
Thanks.
that answers your question.
Yeah, very much so.
Good.
Mr. Finlayson, I have a question. The tax base impact of this development to the city was estimated to be over $10 million. And any commissioners, correct me if I'm wrong on that. And that kind of an impact, and I personally, as this morning at 12:25 a.m. awoken by gunshots across Forest Drive, I'm thinking and hoping, and a development like this, whether we get to approval on it or not, I don't know. But if it was approved, a $10 million plus tax base increase could go a long way to funding police, to funding security camera systems, a shot system that recognizes gunshots around the community, a lot of things that could help improve safety in our neighborhoods. And I know that sounds like it's for it, and I'm neither for nor against this point because I haven't heard all the testimony, but it is a point. When that kind of a $10 million plus impact, what is the city's plan or thoughts on what they would use a $10 million impact for? And could they use it for something like that to help that local neighborhood?
Well, now you want me to pull out my crystal ball.
Well, no, I'm just looking for what's a hope? We don't have.
We have all kinds of, right now we're dealing with a new mobile transit proposal that the mayor has given us that will bring in buses, electric buses and other options for transit and a water taxi. We're talking about how to replace Hillman Garage and secure City Dock from sea level rise. We've got any number of issues that we need money for, not the least of which is public safety. Public safety is a big piece of everything, because if we don't feel safe in our city, in our homes, in our communities, then we don't want to be here. And so, that has to be a part of it, but it's not just police, it's services, it's adequate housing, it's job opportunities, it's connectivity, getting people from their homes to the jobs. And if they're not in the city, wherever they may be. So, there are a lot of things that we could be doing with that money. I had not heard that dollar figure, but I am convinced that it will be distributed in a way that we will make a lot of positive changes, let's say.
And just to be clear from staff and other commissioners, does everyone recall what that amount was for yearly impact for tax base?
I think it was on the order of 1.7 million a year. I don't think it was quite 10. I think it was
That's what I recall too.
1.7.
Going over a 10-year, I was thinking of a 10-year period of 10. I didn't say that in my comments. Thinking for the next 10 years, what will we do? Not just 1 year, which you addressed, Ms. Finlayson. Thanks. Sorry, I'm not clear, but over the next year, a 10-year, decade year, or for our 10-year comprehensive plan, looking at a $10 million tax base increase, what can we do with that? And everything you said, I think, I believe that. I believe that's true, because it all matters in the end to making the neighborhoods better, making people better able to live and not having these things happen. So, but yes, and that's Newtown 20 this morning, 12:25 a.m. right next door, if everybody's not so savvy with the police reports. Okay.
I have a call into the owner of Woodside as we speak.
Gotcha.
Because we have to make some changes. There's no question about it.
Yeah, it's tough, but it's all around the country right now. Things are not so great. So that's legitimate.
Ms. Finlayson, what do you think we should be looking for with Skipper's Lane extended? Positives, negatives, things that need to be looked at so as to mitigate whatever effects there are on Woodside Gardens and the other community there. What do you think we should be on the outlook for?
I was in a meeting just yesterday with two of the principals, three, I guess. And we don't have the plans yet for the road. We know that it's a paper road that's been in the comp plan for, I don't know, 2 or 3 comp plans probably. But we don't know exactly where that road falls yet. My concern, of course, is the close proximity to the residences there. When we were talking about the public works facility, we had talked about what kind of barriers we could put up that would not destroy the peace and quiet of the folks who live there. Once we get the data that will indicate how much space there is, the distance between the property lines to where the road will be, and on the other side, going into the American Legion property, into the Willows property, and into Providence Point, then we can talk about how we can mitigate the interruptions that may be caused. Clearly the interruptions will not be as great as if the public works facility went there, because we had estimated 150 trips a day would be going down that road past the residences. Well, and trucks for the most part. Well, we're talking now seniors who probably don't go out as often as most of us do, and I'm a senior too, but so it's a different dynamic, and we don't know the answer yet. So, and I keep asking the question, what's the impact to the residents? And no one has been able to tell me that yet, but I've got my finger on it, or trying to, so I can keep up with what that's going to look like.
Okay.
But I will work hard to try to make it as painless for the residences.
And let me also just make a comment about, and I think I've talked about this in past hearings or past meetings on this, is the width of Skipper's Lane, as at least it's been shown to us in preliminary drawings, is quite wide. And, you know, we're advocating for it to be quite a bit more narrow so that the ability for vehicles to travel faster is much less. Something that's more akin to the width of Skipper's Lane, you know, as it exists in Village Green, with parking on both sides, or at least on one side, so that there's you know, it's not going to feel like a highway. And that's something I think it's important to, if you talk to residents about, is to make sure they understand. Nobody wants this to be, you know, a carbon copy of Forest Drive. It's meant to be a city street, a slow speed city street. So important to convey that to residents.
And I think we'll be
Thank you.
following up on some details later.
Yeah.
Wonderful. And I know, Mr. Pline, that you had mentioned wanting a bike lane. So again, to, you know, narrow it and make it more of a pedestrian street.
Yep.
I mean, you know, normally traveled street. So.
Yes. Okay.
Yep.
Great.
One last thing, that tax-based money, if this project was approved, I would love to see maybe thought to the first year tax money being directed, at least some part of it, to mitigation of neighboring woes for development. You know, like the road that's going to go through by those condos. I mean, if you got $1 million coming in the first year, a little bit of that could go to help mitigating residents' concerns. And I'm sure that the council members would probably do that.
I think you're absolutely right. That would be something we'd definitely be interested in.
All right, thank you.
So,
I have no further questions of Alderwoman Finlayson. Anyone else?
thank you for the opportunity, and I'm gonna have to run. I've got a 6 o'clock flight to snowy Wisconsin in the morning. So thank you again for letting me speak. You guys take care, and ladies.
See Mr. Weingrad for his Arctic gear. I can recommend for you.
For his what?
His Arctic gear he did not use. He was going to go to the Antarctic, I believe. Yeah. So.
I'll remember that. My dad lives in Wisconsin, so I'm pretty prepared.
Oh, that will.
Yes, not the Arctic. Well, it'll feel like the Arctic there compared to here, but it's okay.
Well, Arctic to
Thank
me.
you all.
Thank you, Mr.
Bye-bye
Finlayson. Okay, back to staff for anyone else from the city or any other city staff comments to add. Make sure this, I think we might have glazed over city staff if you had anything to add at this point. If not, okay, well, we'll move on to other
Mr.
comments.
Sales, as long as we're on the subject of Skipper's Lane, do you mind if I ask staff a question on that point?
You know, to be honest with you, yeah, we could, because it gets brought up, or you wait till we do, yeah, go right ahead, sure.
Okay.
Don't forget.
Mr. Smith, if you've had the opportunity to look at what sorts of buffers are going to be available, assuming Skipper's Lane extension gets built there, what the buffers might be between that street, especially if we're successful in getting it narrowed, to maybe give us some idea of what the buffers are going to be and how much space there is for buffers too. Not only to Woodside Garden, if I got this right, but Woodside Gardens and this yet to be built Willows, but also the people who live in those cottages in Providence Point, which front upon Skipper's Lane. Do you have any idea what the buffers are?
Sure, Commissioner Wallman. Yeah, I did forward to the commission, I think, a draft or a preliminary engineering drawing from the engineer here that showed the approximate location of Skipper's as it would be extended from this property over to Newtown. And I took a look at the aerial maps as well because of the concern. And actually, we've thought about this from the beginning. And it's actually homes at the Glen, Commissioner Wallman, that are the closest. That would be the back of those units to the extension of Skipper's Lane. And they have approximately 50 feet from those units to their where the right-of-way would be. And then, of course, you probably have another 10 or 15 feet beyond that to the edge of pavement. The units that we're proposing, the cottages that is, in the village of Providence Point, their front yards are about 20, 25 feet back from the road. And then existing today in Village Greens, as Alderwoman Finlayson just noted, the live-work units are very urban. They are right on the sidewalk. They are probably 10 to 15 feet back from the edge of pavement. The Willows, those apartment units, at least the concept plan I've seen, that's a very urban proposal as well. They're probably going to be within 20 feet of the edge of the road.
So
And that's on purpose.
So the existing homes which are there will actually have something in the neighborhood of 50 plus feet of buffer compared to everybody else? I mean, compared to the 25 feet?
Yeah, it's also their rear yards, right? So I think that's appropriate. You know, where we have other rear yards, for example, in Oxford Landing, now it's been almost 30 years ago, but they have a 50-foot buffer to Ayers T. Allen Boulevard. I'm not saying that that's adequate, but just to give you an idea of where those town units sit to really a freeway, frankly.
Okay, that seems like comparably, it seems like a pretty deep buffer for the existing homes.
And that's was our concern. And I think because of the distance, it really helped. And I agree with the Alderwoman that there's a lot of detail left, you know, as to how we landscape that and treat the street, and maybe some fencing is required. But anyhow, we will certainly get there and work with all of them as we have done all along.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other questions for staff on that? All right, and moving to our list of people, attendees to talk, we don't want to hear from people first that we've already heard from. We'll hear from them after. But let's go ahead with the next person on the roster that we have not heard from yet. That's from the city. And if you have no one else, we can go to just members of the city that we've heard before, then roll down the chain. And if not, I can tell you a name to pick from the list if staff doesn't have it. Staff? Staff? Can you guys hear me?
Mr. Durant?
I hear you, Ben.
Okay, do you have Mr. Walker online maybe to talk, or Mr. Barrett, or?
Yes, this is, I'm Brian Barrett, and
Okay,
my
please.
wife,
I need to know your address, where you're from.
Yes. Sure.
Okay.
We live on 607 Monterey Avenue in West Annapolis.
Okay.
And I've lived there for 33 years, while my wife has lived in Annapolis since the 1960s, some of that time down Forest Drive. And first of all, I'd like to thank the Commission very much for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. When the development of Crystal Spring was first proposed many years ago, we were set against it. We shared the concerns that were voiced by the environmentalists and the very vocal opponents of the project because of the reduction of the unspoiled forest by the removal of so many trees and the adverse effect on Crab Creek and the adjacent creeks and waterways. But since that time, the situation has totally changed. Every single one of the objections that were raised by the city and other groups has been addressed by the developer, and appropriate changes incorporated into their plan. The village at Providence Point development is but a tiny fraction of the original concept. In some cases, including the mitigation of Crab Creek, the developers have gone far beyond simply meeting the objections. They are fully committed to restoring and improving the creek for the benefit of the city. Yet the NIMBYs continue to act as if they are outraged, apparently just trying to find reasons to complain. National Lutheran communities have 130 years of experience in building and managing continuing care retirement communities, with several in the Delmarva region. I'm not Lutheran, but anyone who has listened to the lengthy and detailed presentations to this commission over the last months will have been impressed by the level of detail and planning that is going into this project. Doing everything possible to eliminate technical, environmental, and program risk. They're a well-managed, well-funded, not-for-profit organization, not just some developer out to make a quick profit. The aging population in Annapolis is increasing, and with that growth is an increasing need for the retirement homes and facilities in our city. These will include CCRCs such as Providence Point. National Lutheran have shown themselves to be committed to providing a caring community for the elderly, helping to meet the needs of the aging population of Annapolis, while the residents, many of whom will be new to Annapolis, will be making financial contributions to our city. Here is our summary. We believe there is an increasing need for retirement communities in Annapolis. The village at Providence Point is a well-planned project managed by an experienced, not-for-profit organization. All environmental and planning concerns that have been raised by the city and other community groups have been met and sometimes exceeded by the developer. We recommend that the Planning Commission approve this project and give it the green light to start construction without further delay. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you tonight.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Mr. Barrett. Any commissioners have any questions for Mr. Barrett before we go on? Mr. Barrett, I have a quick question for you. Were you around for the first iteration or the second iteration of this project as it's come through the Planning Commission years ago?
Yes, we've been following it, but we have not been in front of the commission at all, and so we've just been following it, if you like, from a back seat. But certainly very aware of it from the very start, actually, of when the original Crystal Spring major development was proposed, whatever it was, a dozen years ago.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Barrett, appreciate it. Do we have Greg Walker online? How about Paul Bain?
Greg Walker is here. I'm sorry. Couldn't
Okay, Mr. Walker, you can go ahead, please. And also give us your address. Are you city resident?
I live right on the edge of the city at 727 Harness Creek View Drive in Annapolis, but I maintain my office in Eastport.
Okay, we'll take you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, thank you for your volunteer service to our community. It's critically important and wouldn't be as good a community without it, so thank you. I'd like to speak in favor this evening of the proposed project with the conditions that have been negotiated and agreed to. The irony of my support this evening to some people might be that at the outset, when this was first proposed, I was among the strongest opponents of the project. Among other things, I funded the St. John's Auditorium for the first big community meeting where that auditorium was full with over 350 people. But since then, I believe, in part because of the openness and candor of the National Lutheran Organization, their legal counsel, and their various consultants, over the last 10 years, the community has been able to, with strong citizen input and advocacy, to accomplish a project and reach a resolution that is a true compromise. Nobody's happy, but this is a good project that I think the commission should approve. What's good about it? Well, from my perspective, as somebody who will have to drive by it every day on Spa Road, what has changed is 130 plus non-age restricted townhomes are gone. That would have had a devastating impact on the school overcrowding and the traffic. Commercial space in the aggregate larger than the Harbor Center shopping center was proposed for this intersection. That has been eliminated. Would have been disastrous for traffic. The size of the continuing care community, which the Lutheran organization develops and operates as well as anybody in the country, has shrunk considerably. The stormwater management, the tree replanting, and other environmental protections that have been agreed to far exceed any that have ever been negotiated in a development in this city, in my experience. There's been some roadway improvements. You know that I have followed some of the traffic issues over the years and testified before you at times, including at a planning commission work session, which was really for the opponents, not for the project developer. And I don't know that you had ever done one of those before. But on the traffic front, I think the changes are a good compromise. Some of the roadway improvements are a good compromise. There'll still be traffic issues with any development that comes in Annapolis, simply because we're on a peninsula. We have limited access, limited alternative routes. However, one of the things in traffic that has been in the current, not the one that's being put together now, but in the current comp plan and prior comp plans, was that the city must develop alternate parallel roadways to Forest Drive. We have to get some traffic off Forest Drive. Through some very creative efforts of the Citizen Network, the developers, the city, the American Legion, and other property owners with planned developments, the opportunity is here to do that. And I think the Skipper Lane extension, anytime you add a road, has got pluses and minuses, but on the plus side, I think there's some really wonderful things, particularly for the communities that have some concerns in Newtown and other places. Your kids can walk to school and not along Forest Drive. A lot of traffic won't go on Forest Drive because they can access the Safeway Shopping Center and other developments without going onto Forest Drive. I personally believe that the construction of the Village of Providence Point and the Skipper Lane extension will cause, at some point, the owner of that Safeway Shopping Center complex to be redeveloped, which is a plus for all of the community. And as a practical matter, we have to find ways to get traffic off Forest Drive, not just for the sake of traffic, but for safety. Forest Drive corridor has a lot of danger to it. Finally, in terms of the approval timing, I would recommend you approve it tonight. I've read and I've listened to some of the opposition asking for much more time. In reality, I don't think there's ever been a project that's had this much public discourse in the local newspaper, both letters to the editor, opinion, op-eds from the newspaper than I can recall over the last 10 years. The Planning Commission has held 4 or 5 work sessions, well advertised and open to the public. The opponents held multiple sessions with hundreds of people at each session at Annapolis Christian Church, at Bay Woods, at St. John's Auditorium with a lot of advertising. For anyone to say that there hasn't been an adequate opportunity to assess this project and the detailed plans that have been on file for an extended period, I think is really just an awkward way to try to buy time to see if they can kill a project. And finally, I would say, let's all keep in mind, landowner has a right to develop their property in the confines of the law. And this particular piece of property could be developed with much more density, with much less conditions than have been negotiated by the Citizen Network and by the developer and their consultants and legal counsel. So with that said, I would urge an approval of the project. I think on net, it's a plus for the city and the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. Any questions from the commissioners?
Coming from Mr. Walker, that's quite an endorsement.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walden. It's been around a while, evidently opposing the project to quite the extent back in the day. So any other questions for Mr. Walker? Okay, how about Brian Barrett? Is he on the line?
No, we did him.
Heard from
He
him.
already talked.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at my green list. Yeah, I've got a huge list. Of Paul Bain is who I meant to say, the very next name. It's Paul Bain. Is that how we pronounce that? Or Bainey? How about Valeria Francis?
Hello,
Okay, we can hear you now. Is that Valeria Francis?
it's Valeria Francis.
Valeria, okay.
Yes.
Valeria Francis, could you state your address and are you a city resident?
I am not a city resident. I am at 1401 Druid Lane in Severn, Maryland, in Western Anne Arundel County.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take you since you're talking now. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So again, my name is Valeria Francis, and I own a 2.7 acre forest in Severn in Western Anne Arundel County, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to address you. I'm speaking from my personal experience of watching the forest ecosystem around me with non-tidal wetlands teeming with wildlife destroyed on the altar of development, economic growth, and the expanding tax base. When I purchased my land in 2002, it was surrounded by 70 acres of woods. I encountered many box turtles and other wildlife just living their lives in the forest. I knew the woods were going to be developed. I reviewed the plans for the subdivision and realized they were building in areas that were clearly visible in person as non-tidal wetlands. I engaged in the process as a citizen. The developer made a few very small concessions, but the development was still approved to go forward. Within 2 weeks, the forest around me was utterly destroyed like a bomb went off. All I could think about was the box turtles. Box turtles are at risk of being extirpated in the state and definitely in Anne Arundel County, and somehow they are not even designated as endangered. I know what has been lost and what I have lost, and I know it can never be regained. The proposed village at Providence Point is a threat to one of the last, if not the last, remaining significant private forest stand in Annapolis. The forest is clearly ecologically important and was once recognized as such since it was included as a cornerstone of the Anne Arundel County Greenways Master Plan in 2002 until it was annexed into Annapolis. It is rare as an undisturbed forest. Countless birds and reptiles call it home, and it cannot be replaced. The rules that were created so owners can carve up their land within certain bounds were developed in a different era when we were naive enough to think we were always doing it right or as right as we could, and that everything would just be okay. The easiest land to develop in the county has been developed, and what remains are the less obvious non-tidal wetlands. These last stands are literally the last stands. This land should not be developed. Planting a tree for a tree does not restore the ecological function equivalent to a forest. The wildlife, especially the box turtles and other reptiles that cannot escape, will be destroyed. The situation for our wildlife is dire. We have created a mosaic of small, disconnected patches of woods, and we naively believe that the wildlife will just figure it out and somehow adapt. They are not figuring it out. We are losing them. They have no say in the matter. I wonder if any of us truly comprehend how much we have lost collectively. Of course, the wildlife lose everything and they cannot tell their story. That's what I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Francis. Very powerful. Any questions by the commissioners, Ms. Francis? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Francis. And we will move on to our next person that we have. And let's see who we have. Do we have somebody from the city on our list since we don't have their addresses listed on this list? we need to probably do that in the future from city staff, is present the address on that agenda so we can go through who's a resident and who isn't and just categorize them like that. That would greatly help. Or maybe the commissioners can do that for the staff if they're unable in the future. So I'll propose that to the next chairperson. Going down the list, I'm looking at, Gradian has talked already, but we'll have him talk again tonight. Urban, Hopkinson as well. Paul Bain still not on. How about Heather Nye? Heather Nye, are you on? And are you a city resident? How about Alyssa Bradley? Are you on? And are you a city resident? Alyssa Bradley. Warren Strobel. Okay, well then that leaves us with everyone else on the list who's already talked, but we will just go down from the top then and hit them once again, starting with Ross Gradian.
Evening, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Glad to have you again.
All right, thank you. I know that I spoke at length last time, so I just wanted to follow up on some of the points that were raised during the question and answer session. And you have our written comments from this round, so I'm not going to elaborate too much on those. But I did want to mention included in our submission was observation data on a recent sighting of a greatest conservation need species as an example of how the footprint of the project is currently being used by sensitive wildlife. And the species was a red-headed woodpecker, was observed during a bird walk that I led with members of the Anne Arundel Bird Club with landowner permission along Crystal Spring Farm Road. And some 7 observers observed this bird. So there were multiple eyewitnesses. It was an adult red-headed woodpecker, and they are quite uncommon on the peninsula. And this was directly right, pretty much about 200 yards in on the road. So right pretty much in the center of where the footprint's going to be. And this is just an example of how this wildlife are using the site for foraging, and they're going to be displaced if this footprint is built out. I did want to talk a little bit about environmental justice again in the context of some comments or questions that were asked during the last hearing. It is our belief that an environmental justice assessment must be conducted for this project because of the size and the scale. And I provided some resources on how that can be done. That's in our written comments. But also in terms of engagement, there was a meeting that was cited in the question and answer period by Commissioner Pline from January 3rd, 2019. That was a meeting at St. Martin's Lutheran Church. That was a public meeting, community meeting, and it was not targeted towards any low income or minority populations or adjacent public housing communities. It was targeted for the general public. It was planned just to check a box, really. And I want to distinguish this because really meaningful engagement has to go beyond the minimum requirements. And I just want to read a little bit. This is from the Federal Interagency Working Group on Environmental Justice. This is the rationale for why this is important, because, quote, many residents have never participated in public decision-making and might not be familiar with the process or feel comfortable sharing their views with officials. They might not have reliable transportation to and from meetings or be able to afford childcare during meetings, be able to take time off from work to attend, have access to the internet, or speak fluent English. To achieve a comprehensive public process, officials should seek out and facilitate the involvement of stakeholders who are not traditionally engaged in planning using the approaches that they outline. So yeah, that's what I wanted to make the distinction about. This is about meaningful engagement. And then I wanted to just briefly talk about the various environmental issues. The Citizens for Proper Land Use have an agreement. There have been a number of documents posted into the docket here about the various environmental issues that have been addressed. And really, their issues that have been addressed only amount to 3 different issues: the stream mitigation, the stormwater management plan, and the forest mitigation, or the conservation easement. So we've identified at least 8, actually 9 now, because we have concerns about wetlands as well. That's also in our written testimony, and none of these other issues have been addressed. So we just want to emphasize that. And lastly, last time Commissioner Pline, I think it was Commissioner Pline, was asking us whether or not we were stating whether this did not meet the requirements of the law, or whether we were stating that the law was inadequate to address the impacts. And I did want to say that our comments cover this as well. And there are several sections of the Annapolis Code that we believe this does not meet the compliance with. And we have submitted all of that in our testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gradian. And we do have those documents, and the commissioners have those as well. Do any commissioners have any comments of Mr. Gradian at the moment?
I do. I have a couple of quick comments. This is Diane Butler. And Mr. Geraldine, I want to thank you for your wonderful testimony and your submittals. They were really well done, and I appreciate the work you have done with the Anne Arundel Bird Club and other environmental groups. I was particularly interested in your comments on environmental justice assessment. We've not done one of those for the city before, and I think I will try to pursue that as something we could add to our list to make these projects, analyzing these projects even more thorough in the future. I also agree with you 100% about the outreach we've done on this project. There has been extensive outreach, there's no question about it, but I agree that meaningful engagement has to go beyond the minimum of posting signs and maybe 1 or 2 postings in the city. And our chairman, Mr. Sale, pointed out that for somebody like Tony Strong Pratt to not know about this until a flyer is on her door means that maybe we're not doing a good enough job of our outreach and meaningful engagement. So I agree, we have to do a better job. And I appreciate your comments to that extent. I do know a lot of people in underserved communities. I work for public, or not work for, volunteer in a lot of public housing communities where, people aren't necessarily used to coming out and testifying. They don't know how to do it. They're intimidated. And the bottom line is we don't look like them and they don't really know how to engage. So thank you so much for bringing that up. I think we need to do a better job at it. And again, thanks for all your hard work on this. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. I'd like to ask Mr. Gradian, when did they see the red-headed woodpecker, and exactly where on the property did they see it?
So that was January 15th of this year. And I mean, we didn't measure the distance from the road, but it was approximately 250 to 200 yards from Forest Drive along Crystal Spring Farm Road.
Okay, so that from the planned development, that would be probably around the start of their conserved area, heading towards the water. I would think roughly. I'd have to measure it out. I can't say that, but that's a significant distance in there, which is good. But I mean, the bird's obviously using all the woods. Was that a guided tour by the property owner or something? You guys had a bird watching tour with a bird watching group?
So it was Anne Arundel Bird Club members, and I was the leader.
Okay. And the property owner was aware of that, right? Of the bird sighting?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. Which property owner?
Did you let the property owner know that that species was on her property? I'm sure she'd like to know. I mean, that's a conserved species, right? Endangered
well,
species?
imagine by way of the public record, she's now aware of that.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Just wondering if you guys have communicated with her being on a property about that, because if I was a property owner, I'd love to know that there's a conserved species on my property.
Yeah, we were on the road, so
Gotcha. I thought it was off the road, but okay.
no,
Fair
sir,
enough.
I was pretty clear about that.
Okay, either way. Oh, well, thank you very much, Mr. Gradian. Anybody else have questions for Mr. Gradian? Okay, we'll go on. Miss Tony Pratt, are you out there? Because I know you're from the local area around there. And rather than go down the list of others that have also testified before, I'd rather hit you next if you're prepared. If you need a few more minutes, we can hit other people. So Miss Pratt, are you available, or would you like to take a little delay and we hit a few other people first?
Yes, sir. I'm available.
Okay, well, I'd like to go to you next, since you live right next to the development applicant's development application, and probably speak for quite a few people in that area since you did run for alderwoman. So please go ahead.
So hi, my name is Dawn Pratt. I'm in Ward 4. I live at 32 Juliana Circle, which is a development that the road will come right behind. So it will butt up right against the back row of the townhomes. And I spoke last week, and my concerns is traffic, lack of inclusion. For one thing, although we are getting traffic on Forest Drive, it will generate more traffic right through our area, which means more pollutants for our area. If we get rid of the trees, environmental purposes that we need oxygen for, where a lot of our low-income communities that are right around the area have kids that are suffering from asthma and all of those different respiratory illnesses for the lack of oxygen, no tree canopies in our communities. Also, I'm worried about communities that'll be frequenting, walking through that area, you know, the security problem that it could cause. Although we may be able to put our kids on that road to walk through school off of Forest Drive, we will also have an increase of traffic because, as we know, when you get a new road, that becomes the cut-through road. The lack of inclusivity, the lack of public trails that will possibly be in that development or behind in the wooded area, and the fact that the public can't access it. Another issue is the lack of MPDUs because it doesn't fit the guidelines for MPDUs. Just a compromise. If we're going to build development, we want it to be inclusive for everybody. The fact that no, we didn't know about these meetings. I went to the 2019 meeting up at St. Martin's Church. And I believe that was when we were talking about Crystal Springs, when it wasn't a smaller development, but it was the bigger development. I wasn't aware of all these other meetings because I sure would have been there, but I think it should have been a more concerted effort to let the people who are directly going to be affected know about these meetings so they can attend the meetings. And I want to speak on why a lot of us don't attend meetings. It's not because we're intimidated, but because we come out time and time again to voice our concerns, to voice our opinions. And we feel that a lot of times that our voices aren't heard, that we're just there. A lot of times we're just the person in the room, but nobody takes us seriously. So no, we didn't know about these meetings. It may have been extensive, you know, flyers or whatever put out, but I did not know about this meeting last week, a couple of weeks ago, until a flyer was put on my door. And I would call myself pretty engaged. As the commissioner said, I ran for Ward 4. Another point I want to make, you know, we have ward representatives, we have alder people that are responsible for our ward. Our alderwoman did not, tell us about this meeting. We had no correspondence that this project was going forth before the commissioner. And I think if we have representation, we should be informed of development that's coming in our ward so that if we want to be engaged, we can be engaged. But I'm not for this development. As of this point, I'm supposed to meet with, the CEO of this project on Monday, and hopefully, if this passes, we can sit down and maybe come to some compromise, because I don't feel like this project is inclusive. I feel like it's outpriced us. I feel like a lot of the things in the city are outpricing us, and we don't have opportunity to be able to have our family members go to some of these developments that are being brought forth in Annapolis. Those are just some of my concerns. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I hope you vote no tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pratt. And who were you gonna meet with? Who did the applicant actually agree to have you meet with?
Her name is Cindy Waters. I think she's maybe the CEO of the project.
Is that Lutheran Property? Does anybody know who that is? Alan Hyatt, maybe you could tell us who that is?
Mr. Sale, this is Larry Bradshaw. That's Cindy Walters is the new president and CEO of National Lutheran. And I believe our chief operating officer, Regina Figueroa, is also going to meet with Ms. Pratt.
What are they expecting to meet with her about from your perspective? Do you know? I don't want to, Tony, don't answer this. I want to see what they think.
Don't answer, me answer it?
Answer.
I wasn't part of that. As the former CEO, I wasn't part of that. But I think as Ms. Pratt just stated, both Cindy and Regina want to meet with Ms. Pratt and talk about collaborative opportunities and how this becomes part of the community.
What about project concerns of modification of the street or where they're at and things like that? I mean, because if this project's approved in the future, you know, I don't know, just the timing of it, you know, is interesting. Okay, I got you. Ms. Pratt, does that make sense? What he said, you think you're going to get out of that meeting, or would you like to add some things for him to pass to or to be ready for?
I mean, some of the things about it is how we can make it. I was a bit surprised because we were supposed to actually meet yesterday before the meeting, and I felt like it wasn't really a benefit to meet after the meeting, because I felt like if we met before, we may could come to some, you know, compromise where we can add or take something out of the project before it goes through. But I'm willing to meet to see, you know, what we can talk about, and, you know, in fact, if some of our concerns get heard and actually get put forth.
I understand. Very, very plausible. Any other commissioners have questions for Ms. Pratt?
I do. This is Diane Butler. I noticed at the last meeting, I was just listening to it the other day, that Mr. Hyatt mentioned that this was not supposed to be a project that excluded people, and there was no intention to, and it's unfortunate that the moderately priced dwelling unit law doesn't include places like assisted living facilities or continuing care facilities. And so I think that discussion led to the possibility of your meeting, which I'm very happy to understand is still going to happen. Because even though it's not required in the law, there's nothing that would stop the National Lutheran Church from offering 1 or 2 units as moderately priced dwelling. So, or not exactly as moderately priced dwellings, because as the discussion went on, that they're not rented or owned, they're services. But we could potentially, or you could potentially carve out something that just allowed some of these units to be available
affordable
to people that are modest means. So Ms. Pratt Strong, I'm very excited, or Strong Pratt, sorry, that I'm very excited that you're going to be meeting with Cindy Walters. You know, it sounds like they have great intentions, and I think they don't intend to exclude people. So this would be a great opportunity to see if they would do something. It would help a lot, I think. And I think everyone is on the same page, and in good faith negotiations, you might be able to come up with something. And I would further like to mention that I'm happy to join with you or anyone else that would like to help draft legislation that we could introduce to make sure that these carve-outs for continuing care facilities and assisted living facilities are changed, or maybe just new legislation that talks about giving a small percentage of these wonderful and very needed facilities more openness to the less wealthy in our community.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
So going further on that, I'm thinking, Diane, also with the idea of moderately priced dwelling units, of course, there's a need for senior housing at this time, but of course, the next generation coming through, Generation X, so probably won't be a need because it's a much smaller generation. And so what we're going to have is we're going to have these units probably being transferred into apartments or condos or whatever down the line, not necessarily here, but with other places. And then maybe we need to work on the MPD units for anything that's transferring use to be considered a new development, and MPDUs would apply to them.
That's a good point too. I mean, our MPDU law hasn't done us much good so
it's
far,
been-
so
it's been
we
kind
should
of a
tinker with
disaster.
it. And look, like you said, forward as well.
Ms. Pratt, Ben Sale here again. I don't know if you heard that at about 12:25 last night, but what do you think this project may or may not do for security around your neighborhood? And did you actually hear those gunshots at 12:25 last night?
I hear the, let me tell you, I get the calls when the gunshots go off. So when the gunshots go off, I get the calls, I go to work and do what I need to do. Absolutely. So I'm a first responder, not a licensed first responder, but we are the first responders in our neighborhoods. And yes, it's very traumatizing to wake up to that. But I chose to buy a house where I live. But you know, they're going to be privy to all of this also. You know, and my concern is you have an older population too that's going to be privy to everything that we have going on. So, you know, we don't have a lot of security. You know, is it going to be different security there? You know, I'm also concerned about when groups of colored kids walk through. Will they, you know, call the police because we have a group of kids walking through? You know, it's a lot of things that go through my mind, you know, that we're dealing with in this day and time. But yeah, I heard the gunshots last night. Absolutely. Praise the Lord. Nobody got hurt. Nobody got shot. But absolutely, I heard them.
All right, so this project, I mean, it'll generate tax dollars you would hope that the alderman would use for your area. It's also going to generate a thoroughfare. It's going to make Skipper's Lane. And I don't know if that helps or that hurts the security situation. So if some crime happens, does it make it easier to get in and out? Or does it make it easier to get in and out for police? It's a good question. And I'm asking you since you live right there, you know, it's.
It could be both ways. I mean, you could have an easier way to get out because you have another access to come in. But the thing is, if you want to be seriously honest, when those gunshots come, it's a long time before the police get here. I've counted 15 minutes after gunshots and people have called and the police haven't come. So I don't know whether it's a good security thing or it's a bad security thing. But another concern is will that lower our property value with a road coming right butted up against our community? I don't know.
I don't know that answer either.
Ms. Pratt, do you see any advantages to Skipper Lane? Do you see any advantages to your young folk in your community to get places?
A possible plus to it would be that the kids wouldn't have to be directly on Forest Drive, you know, with all the traffic that flows, you know, back and forth. But then again, although it's another road, it'll be another cut through road. So not sure how much traffic will come on there, but it could possibly be a benefit, you know, to the kids that have to walk to school to get off of Forest Drive.
Do you think that kids would have any better access to the rec center?
Not really, because they still would have to cross Forest Drive.
But they could cross it, it wouldn't have to walk on Forest Drive, and they could and then cross over at Gemini.
They could cross over up at Spa Road. But again, you still have to cross over Forest Drive. They may not have to walk on Forest Drive, but they are still going to have to cross Forest Drive.
Right.
And it's still a concern.
Okay. Okay. I encourage you to stay involved in the planning of Skipper's Lane if it gets built, if this thing gets approved.
I definitely will. You know, I don't go away easy.
And we love that about you.
Thank you.
Right, and that would be involvement with the city, who is, you know, going to control what that looks like in the design, and while the National Lutheran group would fund it, it's really the city that's going to determine, you know, where it goes and all of the details that might affect the local community. So that's the place to sort of really keep an eye out.
Gives me a chance to organize and get people together. I'm good at organizing too. I'm a part of ACT and I want to connect them together. So as we move forward, if this plan goes through, it's a chance to organize people to have a voice, to continue to inform them of what's going on. Because as I know, I give the information out to the community. So, you know, it's an organization to be able to have a voice and have our voices heard collectively.
And Tony, I got speaking of that, council members sometimes have email lists or they post stuff on a Facebook page or something about what's going on. Do you have that through Alderman Finlayson? And was anything, I believe you already said this answer, but I'll ask it again. Anything posted with regards to reviewing of this project from December, January, and February?
I haven't heard anything.
And you're on those Facebook pages and email lists and whatnot from the alderman, right?
No, and she has, you know, my email. I've actually sent her email about this plan proposal development, and I have yet to hear back from my alderwoman as of today.
Okay.
I have one more question. Sorry.
I got one. Hold on, Diane. I got one more just before,
Sure.
but you'll have it right back. Sorry. And Ms. Pratt, what do you? A lot of times, the city, each department signs off. There's adequate facilities for public. You know, the adequate fire. All that gets signed off on these projects. How do you feel about adequate public facilities around your neighborhood and where this would be built for public facilities, for recreation, for aged adults and your community? Is there enough recreation around you? Is there enough, you know, courts to use or open fields to use?
Absolutely not. Not enough recreation around here. It's not enough recreation in Annapolis, period, for the kids. As you can see, the uptick in violence, the uptick in gun violence. There's not a lot of stuff for our young people to do. We have an open field. We have an open field down there in Annapolis Walk, but a lot of the kids just don't go over there. The basketball courts aren't really good, especially in Newtown where we live at, but there's really no recreation around here for our kids to do. Public facilities, they have to go to the Pit Moyer. So no, the kids are playing in the street, playing football in the street. It's just nowhere for them to go. Hey, take some of these woods and forests if we're gonna do something, and create a recreation center where they can actually go. Over here on this side, we really have nothing. It's like we're over here left out. We have
on the other side of Forest Drive. That's right.
Yeah, like we have to go to the city to find something to do. And I think we need to develop more on this side for our young people to do if we want to keep them out of trouble.
I'm wondering if National Lutheran Communities could do something like that and help out the neighborhood.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, please talk about that with the CEO. We'd appreciate that.
Okay.
Ms. Butler?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on what the chairman was just talking about. So with Newtown 20 being renovated, there is a recreational facility that is going to be, it sounds pretty nice. Will folks on Juliana and the other communities right there have the opportunity to use that?
No, we don't have the opportunity to utilize that. We don't have the opportunity to utilize any of those recreation centers back there. Even when Woodside builds there, I don't know if Newtown will be privy to use their recreation center. So in the past, they haven't been privy to utilize. Woodside couldn't go into 20 and use their recreation center. So no.
Got it. And then, so just like MPDUs are exempted from this project, it sounds like adequate public facilities in terms of recreation doesn't apply either legally, because, you know, people my age, we don't recreate. So anyway, there's no need for additional recreation. So maybe your conversation with Ms. Walters can talk a little bit about that, because there may be an opportunity to add, you know, to this project in a way that's meaningful to the surrounding projects, you know, because one of the issues is that this project has to fit in with the surrounding community. And at this point, I'm not saying it doesn't, I'm just saying it could be much better. And some of the things you're talking about can certainly be addressed now. I agree. It's too bad that you weren't able to have the meeting with Ms. Cindy Walter before this meeting, but I think you still have the opportunity to work things out, because I do think in good faith, both parties want to make this an outstanding project, not just for the senior citizens or people like me that are, you know, able to live in a assisted living facility, but people, the surrounding community can benefit as well. So hopefully you can work on that. And one last thing, do you have, does your alderwoman have town hall meetings where you discuss what's coming up in terms of projects?
No.
And other, okay,
No.
thanks.
Further questions from the commissioners? Even our two new commissioners, you're allowed to ask questions during this, even though you weren't here for the previous 5 ones, but if you wanted to. But I understand your silence in the first meeting. It makes sense. Any other questions for Ms. Pratt? All right, Ms. Pratt, thank you very much, and keep us informed of what goes on in that meeting. And we look for the applicant to also give us a summation, quick summation of points gone over, just points, bullet points. That'd be appreciated. So keep us informed.
Yes, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Stay safe. All right, moving on next on the list. How about Jim Urban? Is he around?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go with Jim Urban.
Okay. Well, thank you for this exhaustive public hearing that's been going on since December. I want to thank all the people that worked on this, from the city staff, the planning commission, various other parts of the city agency, but particularly Larry Bradshaw and his team have been very, very generous with making their design teams available to talk about issues, making property available to walk for somebody like myself who's interested in understanding what the site is. And I had numerous meetings with and discussions with the design team of this particular project, most particularly directed at the forest conservation plan. I want to reiterate that I support the current forest conservation plan, and I applaud the developer's effort to create what is really a superior site design and attaining the highest levels of forest conservation. However, last week, or in the last hearing, I was really struck by Mr. Gerdelin's testimony about the state law, which has allows street trees to be equal to forests. And let me first be clear that the state law does in fact allow street trees to be to contribute to for reforestation under state law, and this project is complying with the state law. But Mr. Gerding's testimony talked about that forest street trees are not really equivalent in many ways to forest, and I actually totally agree with that statement, and have always felt that there was a pretty big trade-off in allowing street trees to be counted, and I understand that it does help us to expand our canopy for urban projects. And the fact that they have chosen to use street trees as forests doesn't diminish the overall forest conservation plan goals of meeting the current law. After the meeting, I started thinking about this because I spent a lot of time working on this project. and realized that there was really no reason why we had to use street trees to attain the right acreage, because there's actually plenty of land where additional reforestation could take place. And I then started looking at the overall plans and what was intended. And I came to two conclusions. One, we have essentially a landscape over a large percentage of the open landscape is mowed grass and specimen trees widely spaced out in a park-like landscape. And then secondly, as we develop this site, we're going to essentially be cutting a hole in the forest. And that's going to expose a lot of edge conditions between forest and cleared area, which now will make those forests respond differently. And they're going to have to go through a process of knitting back together again. And unfortunately, because you're adding light to the equation of forest, what typically happens is that invasive species fill that void, things that like lots of light. And then we have essentially what may become a weed population. But I also want to note that nature also has invasive plants. They're highly necessary to the ecological systems, and they're native, and they shouldn't be considered to be a problem species. They're really a transitional set of species. For example, Amelanchier or redbud or eastern red cedar are all transitional species that can fill these edge conditions and essentially create a more stable edge. So looking at the plans, I believe that it is possible to take out about 3 acres of mowed grass and large specimen trees and reforest that in the normal way with seedlings through the wood chip mulch that we already have all agreed would be a good thing to put down on the plan, and let the species that are chosen for those particular areas be ideal for the various conditions that exist at the site after we remove the large forest area in the middle. I've written this down in some written testimony that I submitted today, while I don't believe that this is a deal killer, in my opinion, the cost difference at worst would be the same as the cost of this reforestation as establishing lawns and landscape trees and maintaining those over into perpetuity, mowing the lawn, versus these forest areas that would really fairly quickly get to be almost a no maintenance situation. So the cost should be either the same or less. The aesthetic is going to be different, but I don't think that a forest edge or an open park landscape, neither of those, in my opinion, are negative landscapes. They're both quite attractive. And so I don't see any downside to this idea. And that concludes my testimony, except again, I'm in support of this project and hope that you will approve it. And I thank you all for letting me give the input that I've been giving as the project has moved forward. And again, thanks to Larry Bradshaw and his team for their consideration and working and hearing some of the ideas that I've had. So thank you very much, and please vote yes.
Mr. Urban.
This is Bob Waldman.
Yes.
I'm not quite, I think, let me try to summarize my understanding of your proposal here.
and then see if we can't come to some specifics, because I think that it starts as a broad proposal. But it's quite important for everybody to know exactly what's expected of them. So my understanding is that you have outlined around the project areas where there's edge forest, new edge forest created. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that there's some dangers associated with new edge forests, in that heretofore protected trees are now less protected from wind and sun and vines and so forth. And that it would be a matter of safety as well as aesthetics to protect the edges better. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that the matter of safety of some of these large trees coming down on their edge is not necessarily solved by the proposal of reforesting that edge, because it'll take quite a while for those trees to become large enough to provide that extra protection. The one advantage of the site design, though, is that because of the buildings that are being put all around the perimeter, in most cases, will replace some of the wind loading on protection of wind from wind loading on the trees. Trying to figure out which tree might be safe after we save it is always tricky business, and the team has a very good urban forester on board who will be making those assessments, and so hopefully trees which are deemed, particular trees which are deemed not to be necessarily safe from windfall could be identified. There's also branch throw. There are lots of reasons why when you cut into the edges of these forests, there are safety concerns. And I don't think that there is any difference in that safety concern between the proposal that the landscape architect has shown and the proposal that I made. Mine was more.
So what's the purpose of your proposal?
The purpose of the proposal is essentially to close up at the lower level with trees that will shade the ground and essentially make it more difficult for invasive species to come in on their own by getting to close canopy as soon as we can. It's always a problem with any kind of reforestation where vines and various kinds of invasive plants, many of which are exotic species because of the seed bank that we live in. But there are plenty of, we could plant native species that would do the same job and hopefully reduce the load on from these other things that are going to seed themselves in.
So let me just play it back. The purpose is to close up the edge, shade the ground again, and protect against invasives, vines, and so forth.
Right.
Is that the purpose of it?
That's the primary purpose. And I think that the net result will also have some very good aesthetic benefits, but also those trees that will be planted and grow up will have a much better environmental benefits than mowed grass and specimen landscape trees.
Okay, and what's the specific proposal? Let me try to just give you what I get from it, so we get some feedback. You're specifically proposing that already we're proposing that anything that's cut get chipped, and that those chips be spread along the edge, and that the plantings that you're proposing would go into the chipped edge. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have you assessed how many
trees you're talking about?
Well, they would be, I have not done a count. It's typically done by acres, and there's approximately 3 acres of land. It might not come to exactly 3 acres, and we always have the ability to have some of that be counted as street trees, or the developer could, because the street trees are going to be planted anyway. That was kind of the thought. We're already planting these trees, so why not give us some benefit? That's what to the overall reforestation count. So the developer could count all those street trees as reforestation plus the reforestation that.
So you haven't really, have you identified the areas which are should be the primary targets for this proposal? You have.
And that's just a matter of measuring the acreage and applying standard formulas for number of trees per acre in reforestation.
What identifies those areas as being worthy of the proposal?
I tried to pick places where there was a wide enough area to make a meaningful contribution, avoiding stormwater management ponds, which there's a lot of stormwater management ponds around the perimeter, which is a very good thing. Actually, Tom Smith and I were thinking, well, why couldn't we just count the trees that are actually could be planted in the stormwater as reforestation, which I would love to see. Essentially making sure there was enough room to make the idea work.
Well, okay, I get the idea, but what I'm trying to do is, what specifically, an applicant needs to know specifically what's expected of them.
Mm-hmm.
We need to know what's expected so that it can be followed through. So
you have a map maybe that's noted.
I'm concerned about how this is the language that specifies this proposal, makes it concrete.
Right, and there is a series of drawings that I did there. They're rather quick magic marker sketches identifying the areas that we're talking about. I hope that those were included with the piece. I think that I did a separate piece on that.
Yeah, I think you're talking about the February 10th letter. You did have some drawings that talk about exactly what Bob is asking for, like where those areas are. So I think the February 10th letter had some attachments. Bob, I'm not sure if you saw them, but they
I did see that. But once again, I'm trying to drive this thing home, which is, how do we identify how many trees? A species I'm not concerned about. That can be decided. That's clear. Those directions are clear. But which edges really are amenable to this and need this?
Yeah, and
so that's what I'm. Do you follow me? I'm concerned.
Yeah, I follow you, and without actually measuring, and I don't have the computer program anymore. I used to have when I was actually in business, I could have done this easily, but now it's just me and my little office here. And so I don't have the ability to do that, but the applicant has not identified the number of trees that they're going to put in their reforestation areas that they're proposing, because it's just not done that way at this point. It's all done by acreage, and then the acreage is the number of trees are put out using standard formulas for reforestation, which we would use for this. So I'm proposing that we expand the edges to not exceed the amount of reforestation that is included or represented by the street tree calculation. I think that's around 3 acres. And just a quick eyeball estimate of the the pink areas that are shown on the drawings that I did. We're pretty close to 3 acres. And
okay, and in order to do this correctly, how many trees per acre I mean,
I
some numbers.
I do not know that. It depends on the species that I think we have a very good urban forester, Mr. Navasso, who can, who does that. That's what he does for a living. And so I have not made that calculation.
And Jim, just by way of process, typically these kinds of things get worked out in the final forest conservation plan that would happen downstream of any approval.
Yes,
that all happens later, right?
Yeah, even the forest conservation plan that has been submitted requires quite a bit of additional information when they get to grading plan. It's really the grading plan phase where all of these things are worked out, because the edges get the project, even though these drawings look very, very tidy and nice by virtue of the way we draw things in computers. It's the grading plan level that the next step in the process.
In your experience with, how that stuff happens going into the final forest conservation plan, what level of detail do you think would be needed to sort of convey this idea, at this point, and that it be that it be understood when they do the final forest conservation plan, that they would have enough information to go on to sort of meet the intent here?
Right.
I think that's kind of what Bob was
and I think that the one is defining the area, which I have somewhat done, or we could define it as an area equal to the amount of reforestation which is essentially coming off of the street trees. And if there aren't enough places, if I'm off, and let's say it's 2.5 acres, the other half acre should just be assigned to the street trees. So where the net effect is that the forest conservation plan still meets the law and still meets the intent of what was submitted. We're just putting things in different locations. And as far as reforestation, I think that we can use exactly the same words that the Forest Conservation Plan uses, which is essentially it's going to be reforested. And when we get to the next phase, that's where those kinds of hard numbers are produced. We seem to be satisfactory with the word reforestation in the Forest Conservation Plan. I'm comfortable with it because it's defined, and leave it at that. In terms of the species, the forester is going to know that a south-facing exposed edge is going to have to be planted in different species than a north-facing one. You would expect that they understand that, and to use species that will make this close up this edge.
Okay.
I mean, I have great respect for the design team. They know generally what understand what I'm talking about from the things that I have written. It's in the public record in terms of the what it is that is the bones of this scheme. And I have very good confidence that the design team will produce a good response to this request if you felt it had merit.
Jim, I have a quick question. So if, for instance, the design team decided only 2.5 acres worth of street trees would go the way that you're proposing, but then another half acre would still be street trees, would you recommend that the half acre of street trees that remain as street trees contain or be used with silvicell?
I had made a suggestion that silvicells be used to protect the sidewalks, but I don't see any real need for solar cells on this particular project because there's so much open land, and we can solve the soil problems much more cheaply and more effectively simply by doing a good soil plan.
Got it. And then, and maybe this is a question for Tom Smith, if Tom, don't we at this stage, the Planning Commission right now, when we do our deliberations later, we are deciding whether to approve the forest conservation plan that is that has been submitted at this point.
Yes, Commissioner, Butler, it's a preliminary. There's two steps. Actually, there's three.
So this is not the final. Okay.
Delineation, then there's a preliminary forest conservation plan and a final forest conservation plan. And to be clear, what Mr. Urban is proposing is that these edge reforestation areas are actually in addition to the street trees. So if we go forward with this, and I suggest that we do, the project will well exceed the Forest Conservation Act by a number of acres.
I just want to make sure I understood the process. I didn't want to approve something here without having the right language if this is the final, but you're saying we have, after this, whatever we end up doing with this, if this was a situation where we felt like we wanted to approve it, the final Forest Conservation Act is going to be somewhere down the line, and we're not the final authority that approves the final.
The final is approved with the grading permit.
With the grading permit, okay.
Yes,
And we have
ma'am.
nothing to do with that. Got it.
May I suggest you to condition number 52? In what was distributed today is the third addendum of conditions.
That directed at me, Commissioner Wallman?
No, it's actually to Ms. Butler because it answers some of those questions.
Yes, at least I attempted to do so.
Oh, sorry, I gotta look at 52. I thought I saw that.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Jim Urban, Tom Smith, easy one for me here. The developer understands what would need to be done. No major disagreements. And it's all goodness, adding acreage of forestation, in your opinion, to otherwise grassland and increases the overall reforestation. Am I correct in those statements? Or roughly correct?
Yes.
That's exactly, okay, all goodness for me. And I got it from all you guys. Thanks, Bob.
I'm sorry. What about maintenance?
Can you elaborate, Commissioner Wallman, on
the first few years, the first 2 years?
The first 3 years when the vines begin to grow, what's
There are
the
actually
requirement?
two maintenance plans that go with the final forest conservation. One is a 5-year maintenance plan that really deals with areas like we're talking about, invasives and so forth. And then there's a long-term in perpetuity maintenance plan that really speaks to forest conservation easements and their maintenance long-term. So there's
Okay,
two
thank
levels.
you. Answer. Thank you.
Any other commissioners have further questions, Mr. Urban or Tom?
No, I'd just like to thank you both for your hard work on this. And Jim, I really appreciate all your expertise. So thank you.
Oh, thank you for allowing me to speak.
And one last thing for members of the public to understand what's going on here. Tom, how many acres would this proposal increase the existing plans forestation?
3.
Chairman,
Approximately 3.
I can't give you an exact number. Mr. Urban's done a really nice job of providing a sketch to identify areas, but how much those areas add up to is yet to be seen. It could be close to 3 acres. It could be 2.5 acres. Obviously, we're going to try for as much as we can.
The point being, it's adding another % or so in forestation, is squeezing that grape and getting more, which is a very valiant event. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Moving along. I do not see on my screen anyone promoted to talk next that is on the list, but I'll go over to staff and who you may have to promote. We're still looking at Paul Bain, Casanto, Hopkinson, Dunham. And some of these, I mean, are they repeats from the last meeting that were just copied over, or did they really want to speak again? Because I don't see them on the screen anywhere. Strobel.
Sir.
Say again?
That should be everyone. I don't see anyone else on that list in the attendees.
In the attendees, you don't have anybody in the waiting room. Anastasia Hopkinson, Paul Bain, Francis Casanto, Heather Nye, Christine Dunham, Valerie Casasanto, she talked already, Alyssa Bradley, Bevan Buckheister, Warren Strobel, Bahe Rock.
No,
you don't
just
have any-
that's the ones who have already spoken. None of them are in the attendees.
Okay, and you have no one else, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so no other attendees to talk. Well, we did get, so moving on from public comment from people who have actually wanted to comment online tonight. We've also been provided online public comments by the staff. And one of those is from Shanika Henson, a state representative of our a local area around here in favor. Hopefully you've all been able to read that. Members of the commission?
Yes.
Okay. We've also received other positives and negatives against the project or for the project. And also those have been disseminated amongst the staff, especially items from the Crab Creek Conservancy. And those are quite numerous, and we added those into the record. And to make the record proper, we need to add all of those as evidence into the record, Kim, as exhibits. And I'm sure you have a very long exhibit list, so I'm not exactly sure what exhibit number they would be.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add something to the exhibit list if it's not already in evidence. And that is the opinion of the Office of Law regarding MPDUs. I'm sure that it can be retrieved. It was rendered weeks ago. And the discussion of MPDUs has come up, and I think it's important that the legal advice that we got should be part of the record. Perhaps Mr. Beard can track that down and provide that to Ms. Consoli.
Yes.
Bob, it is in eTrack. It is loaded in there.
Okay. But I just want to make sure that's part of the record. I do think it should be an exhibit. Okay.
Yeah, it's the one that was provided to us by Mr. Lyles is in there.
Yes.
Yep. I assume the eTrack record docket is the official record.
I don't know. Fair enough.
That is, in my mind, in my knowledge, the official record. The
Well, I
E-track
think
file
the official- I
and
think
everything
the
in it.
official record is what's reflected in the minutes. Frankly.
But that supports it. So it's all tied together.
Okay.
Am I muted?
No, we hear you.
Okay, unfortunate for you. Okay, no other, and one last call for public comment before we close it out there. Is there any left from staff?
Sir, Miss Laura Townsend has her hand raised. She's not on the list, but I believe she may be part of public comment. She's in the meeting unmuted. So.
She's commented a few times before and raised her hand. You have her online, right?
Yes, sir.
If she's got a question or whatnot, I'm okay if the commission is to hear from her for a minute or two, no longer.
Well, all I'd ask is, she's delivered extensive written comment.
Yes.
I have read all of it. I just wonder if she has anything in addition to what she's already written and submitted.
Okay, good direction for her. And is she promoted up to talk right now?
I am.
Okay, Ms. Townsend, go ahead. What do you have?
Well, first of all, originally I wasn't going to speak, but at the beginning of this, I got asked to be both a panelist and a speaker through some inline invite. So I responded to it. I've also had discussions with Tony Strong Pratt. I appreciate that. I do have some things to add, and you got to remember that public comment is not just so that commissioners can be informed, but I have a right to make public comment so that other members of the public listening can hear what has to be said.
Of course, that's why we're here.
Okay. I appreciate Ms. Butler's comments about inclusiveness, and I'm glad that everyone is all for inclusiveness now. What I want to say, though, is that they haven't really been in the past. And this issue came up a few months ago when I had a random conversation with someone from Newtown 20 who said to me that we haven't heard nothing about that thing, referring to Provident Point. Now, this person didn't want their name used because they actually feared retaliation in terms of not being let back into Newtown 20 when it's redeveloped. But it is what spurred me to walk through Woodside Gardens in Juliana Circle over a span of 2 weeks and door knock and meet with residents. So I can assure you that when Ms. Finlayson says that she hasn't heard any dissent out there, that she hasn't talked to the people that I have, because everybody that had an opinion was against this project or concerned about the traffic. Now, one of the things these people may not be aware of, since I'm a trained research analyst, is that I did some analysis on request just very recently, which showed that the presence of a senior care home, CCRC, nursing home, retirement home, whatever you want to call it, has a very negative impact on home values for a radius of about 1.5 miles. And that was in what I submitted to you, but I'm not sure that everyone else is aware of that or has heard that before. I did this analysis and I submitted it to you because one of the considerations that has to be taken into account for zoning variances is the impact on neighboring communities and residences and their property values. And I don't think that that has been done. It's not a shocker to me that after I knocked on doors and informed people who didn't know what was going on, that now NLCS wants to meet with Miss Strong Pratt. I'm very happy for her. I hope she can make her position clear. It sounds like the same sort of deal they did when they approached Classic Oil and put her on their board. Dialogue is always great, but I know there are grave concerns about, contradiction that hasn't been resolved yet, which is that the applicant is saying that to a certain degree, there'll be public access and that people can walk on the streets, but they're not allowed on trails, and they're not apparently allowed anywhere else. And I do think that sets up a troubling situation in terms of policing that. And, I'm aware of national incidences and I can foresee real problems there when the Provident Point security comes up against, a Woodside Gardens resident's desire to walk down the sidewalk. So I really think that the commission needs to get real clarity from the applicant as to how they're going to parse that distinction between their stated need for security all through the complex, balanced against these representations that the public will be allowed to walk on sidewalks, use bike paths, and go down the street. It would be nice if it could be clarified. Someone was talking about the buffer zone for the Skipper's Lane extension, and I think he mentioned 50 feet, but I think he was actually counting their backyards in that measurement. So it would be appropriate for the residents there to understand what that buffer zone represents and if their backyards are being counted as part of it, because there are grave concerns about the traffic that's going to be going down there. And as you heard Ms. Strong Pratt, the very real fear that it's going to turn into the cut through that's going to change the entire character of their neighborhood. So those are concerns.
Those sound very valid. Ms. Townsend, I'm curious to know how we can better at the commission, but get better information out to people. Roughly when were you in the neighborhood informing them and going through? Was that a week ago or was that?
No, that was much longer ago than that.
Was it December or January?
It was probably the beginning of January.
Beginning of January?
I know that there have been all kinds of comments about gunfire and crime out there, which is true. So in some sense, there was a shooting the other night and everything. But I think that the stereotyping of those neighborhoods leads to it being siloed off. When I hear comments from people saying they won't even shop at the CVS, I walk through those neighborhoods every single time I went through, except for the last, I was by myself. And I didn't really encounter any problems. Everyone was more than willing to talk to me, to ask questions, to hear me out. I never felt afraid walking through the neighborhood. But you know, the applicants stated that they have security concerns. And as I said, they may be valid concerns, but I think they really need to dialogue with the residents over there and maybe even the NAACP to figure out how they're going to parse this idea that they have to provide top-notch security to these elderly residents with telling neighboring communities of color that they're free to walk down the sidewalk, because we've seen in all kinds of examples, like the Arbery case, that doesn't always work real well. And I think that's a valid concern on their part. And you know, I just go back to the fact that, like I said, I randomly found out from someone from Newtown 20 that they didn't feel a part of this process. So even though I'd spent 16, 17 years since I ran for office, involved in environmental aspects, traffic aspects of this project, everything else, that was when I started to figure out that I had to go out and ask some of these residents if they had been included. And just about all of them said no. I'm aware of the 2019 meeting at St. Martin's Lutheran. And I was actually told by people that went there that there weren't even enough chairs for everyone that wanted to be at the meeting. It was obvious that the developer was not engaging in legitimate outreach to the community. It was not planning on having a whole bunch of community members there. It was basically for show. I have a history in working with underprivileged communities. I was appointed, ironically, by former Governor Glenn Denning to be the public information officer for the Maryland Department of Juvenile Justice. I spent a lot of time working with kids from communities in need. I spent a lot of time with kids that got arrested for a lot of things. So I'm not Black, but I have experience in dealing with people that have been in those environments, have been detained or incarcerated for it. I also am a very good personal friend of Janet Owen. She actually endorsed me when I ran for alderman. So it was ironic.
Ms. Townsend, enough about your personal history. You've had 7 minutes, and I'm gonna have to cut you off here. I think you've had enough. This is about your 5th time talking, and I appreciate your comments, but they're quite repetitive, and we do have time only tonight to get through with so much. So
all right,
I appreciate
I was going to discuss the annexation process because she told me
and thank
about
you
it.
very much, but that's quite okay. Enough. You can submit further testimony via email if you'd like to have it considered, and I'm sure it's probably
I'm just
already.
going to note that I am the only person you've cut off, but I'm not surprised. You've been inhospitable to me the whole time.
Okay, I've heard from you more than 5 times. I think that's quite hospitable, and thank you very much, Ms. Townsend. And if you want to know the person that's not shopping at CVS, it's I, because I'm going over there dropping my players off for basketball twice a week, and I hear the gunshots. I've been over there after gunshots, and for my own personal safety, I've made that decision. It's mine to make, Ms. Townsend. Thank you very much. All right, moving on. Is there anyone else from public testimony that we need to have talk here? And I'm sure, and I knew that was going to go the way it just did for me, because I was hoping it would not. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, there is a hand up by Mr. Ross Deridian in the attendees.
We've already heard from Mr. Ross Gradian, and we've already heard from him more than once. So I think I've had enough, unless other commissioners want to hear from Ross as well. These are both members of the Crab Creek Conservancy, Ms. Townsend and also Mr. Ross Gradian. Commissioners?
Well, if there's something unique, but
yeah. I have a feeling it might go the way of Ms. Townsend right there, who's the vice president of the Crab Creek Conservancy. Any other commissioners want to hear from Mr. Ross Gradian? Dave?
I'm willing to hear from him.
Okay, sure enough. That's enough for me. We'll go ahead and promote Mr. Ross Gradian. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's just a quick question, really, a quick follow-up question on our request to extend the public comment period following these hearings to 30 days.
we extended 14 days to this meeting, which could possibly go longer than that. We don't know until this meeting happens, whether we're going to continue that or not.
That's all I had. Thank you.
It gets decided at this meeting by our actions.
You know, the rate of comments submitted has really declined. And
it has. It's become repetitive.
And now people are submitting second time, second
and third and fourth time.
So, right.
I think we've done our due diligence to this point with respect to that. It's been going since mid-December. Okay, anyone else from staff?
That's
okay.
awesome.
Time to move on then. Public testimony. I now will declare that closed. If the commissioners have any other objections, let me know now. The public testimony period for this item is now closed, and we are moving on to the next part in our process, which is the deliberations by commissioners. And we can ask questions of staff, the applicant, or anyone we like to answer questions to get more clarity on what's going on here and what we've been presented. So we've been presented the application by the applicant. We have heard numerous public testimony multiple times from some individuals. A lot of good stuff in there to work with and think about. And here we go. So over to the first commissioners with questions. And I can kick it off if you'd like. Mr. Hyatt, there's a theme that came through this whole presentation and public comment for me. And ironically, I'm going to agree with Ms. Townsend on a few little things here. For me, the inclusion of the local community and what does it do for the community? The road, the children getting through easier to Annapolis Middle School, people traveling the other way to the CVS and the other shopping area on the pizza joint. I get it. That's a benefit for getting them off of the main Forest Drive, which is a highway, basically, over to something more safe. That's a benefit for the community. Other benefits, one would think, how else could this benefit the community? You have a community that's got not a lot of recreational facilities, a community that could use some improvement of the recreational facilities they do have. And you have a lack of public parks around that specific area, but yet you're going to have a big forest with trails in it that are inaccessible. There's going to be a meeting between Tony Pratt to maybe talk about that, as well as mitigating concerns about the road going through to the property owners. So first, I'd like to talk to you about the road going through into the property owners and specifying that distance and the potential for lessening noise or lessening obtrusiveness of the road and its traffic to the backyards of those condo owners. What's already done and what's going to be done, and just short. I don't want to make this too long.
Okay. First of all, the proposed road, the extension of Skipper's Lane, has been in city plans for 25, 30 years or more. You heard Mr. Lashinsky, who heads the city's long-range planning, that this is why you plan, because the idea is to connect neighborhoods, not isolate neighborhoods. To have a road that goes from Spa all the way over to the Safeway allows people to traverse that road as a convenience to get to and from their homes, to both sides, from Spa all the way over to Safeway. And I think it's been overlooked that, and I know it was mentioned, but students, children going to the school will have a lot safer path going through a public road. Now,
and I agree with all of that, and that's all wonderful positives, but about mitigating that the noise, the distance from there to the residents in the backyard. How do I make the public feel more comfortable?
That road has to be designed, and it will be designed. I think there's enough depth on the homes for the Glen side, because it's a backyard. At least that's my understanding, that there is a fair amount of buffering, because the other side is a more urban design. I think there's going to be structures closer to the street, but the fact that the existing homes are there to the south of that connector road, I think that's going to be reviewed carefully when this road is designed. And let me just say that what National Lutheran is doing is participating in something that they've been asked to do and directed to do. It goes back to not just the annexation resolution in 2005, but prior to that. So there's this has been an ask from the city to participate in this. So we're willing to do it, and don't want to be criticized for doing it. We're willing to do it, and we know that the road is going to have to be designed in a fashion that there's going to be a lot of stakeholders here, and those that if this road goes through, those that live on the south side of that connector are going to want the heaviest buffers. All I can say. And I'm not an engineer. I'm not a road designer, but I know that's what's going to happen. There's going to be
what if they meet when they meet when Tony meets with the CEO and they start talking about the plan, and hopefully some more members of our neighborhood, if they think what they see on paper is not enough, and this project gets approved today, what kind of expectation could I believe, or you make me believe that would be done to maybe better or lessen the effect if they ask for some things and you come up with ideas after an approval of this project might happen? Would that occur, or is it going to be sticking to the bones? Hey, that's what's approved.
I think it can occur. I mean, National Lutheran is a faith-based organization. They're here to help people. And I'm certain there's going to be good faith discussions and negotiations that may go on. I don't know if Ms. Pratt's going to be completely satisfied. I'm not sure what her ask will be, but when it comes to things like the road, the design, National Lutheran is certainly willing to and wants to be a good neighbor. It's been demonstrated. Look at all the things that they're volunteering to do that you've never seen before in terms of going above and beyond, and they're willing to meet and discuss. But I've heard some pretty unusual and really outlandish claims from the public that it's startling. I mean, I'd like to have an opportunity to respond to some extent, or I give you a closing, but I don't want to belabor the point. You've been at it so many nights, and I get that, but I think, or I hope, the commission understands that National Lutheran has gone above and beyond. And yes, there's folks out there that still oppose the project. They don't want to see anything on the site. They think the zoning is incorrect. They think the comprehensive plan is incorrect. But there was outreach. Mr. Waldman stated that an applicant has to know what is expected of it. And so what's expected of it is having community meetings and reaching out. And when we had these community meetings, that initiated dialogue, and nobody was excluded. We followed the code. We sent notice out to everybody. I mean, we included that in the 1,000-page exhibit, and that's in the beginning of the exhibit package. So I don't want this commission to think in any fashion or form that National Lutheran tried to shirk the process or shortcut the process. When they had the community meeting, we had an overwhelming amount of people there. We did run out of chairs. It wasn't, just to check the box. We had a lot of legitimate discussion that led to more discussion and more discussion. Nobody can say that National Lutheran didn't roll up their sleeves and engage with the community. And I understand that these allegations have been made that the adjacent community that is a lower income community somehow feels excluded. I don't know why. They received the same notice that everybody else received within the radius. And I can tell you that there is never any opportunity or an attempt to exclude anyone. And so I feel like National Lutheran and their team, I think Mr. Urban even stated it, they've bent over backwards to try to achieve something that this body has never seen before. You've never, and it's not hyperbole either. You have never seen anything quite
Sorry,
like
can
that.
I follow up? I'm sorry, can I follow up on what the chairman was just asking? He just was wondering
Yep.
whether any of the follow-up negotiations could have any real change in a plan if we were to approve it today. You know, and the answer is you can't tell, right?
I can't say,
Right.
I cannot say because I'm not sure what the request is or what the ask might be, but I can tell you that I've represented lots of developers before. National Lutheran is not a commercial developer. You know, they're a nonprofit organization. They serve people, and I think they will meet with people with an open mind. And my expectation is they will negotiate in good faith. And if somebody feels like they need a bigger buffer, for example, along the south side of that road, then I don't, it's certain.
Can I get back to the issue of Skipper's Lane and so again, the part of Skipper's Lane we're talking about is actually outside of the applicant's property.
That's true.
So
Yes.
I wanted to reiterate that this is actually, outside of the village of Providence Point. It's going to be up to the city. It's the purview of the city how to design that and how to deal with the buffers and all the things that the community may be worried about. So I think to a certain extent it's a little unfair to put this on the applicant because this really is not their purview. That they're contributing. They're contributing the money to buy the right of way and whatever however much money, I don't remember the number to do that. But I think a lot of this will happen through the city. And
well, let's get the applicant's understanding on that as well. I mean, who is the real responsible party in your eyes for that?
The applicant, the city ultimately has to make the decision because it's going to be a public road. But but the deal, so to speak, is that the applicant is going to design the road, but it's going to design the road. It's going to engineer the road at its expense, but at the direction of the city Department of Public Works.
Well, is that true? I mean, even to the point that's outside of the applicant's property.
What about
between
Tom
that?
Smith?
That's our agreement. Our agreement is that some of the land is going to be purchased by National.
But I mean,
Lutheran.
specifically respect to the design.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
that's a proposed condition that is that Mr. Smith offered up. I mean, and we agreed to it that the road, there's a road that would be designed from Gemini to Newtown.
So you're bringing up a great point, Mr. Hyatt and Mr. Pline. Yeah, is the exact control over after an approval and how assured could we be of modifications being done to accommodate the community's concerns if other concerns arise. And it is going to be, it sounds to me like it's going to be oversight by the city. So the city will have the control to implement that. That sounds pretty good. Now, Tom Smith, I'd love to have him, if he's in and not at the restroom right now, corroborate this understanding.
Well, it's number 20. It's number 20 in that document.
But Tom, how do you view it, city standpoint?
So, Mr. Chairman, I concur with Mr. Hyatt. From the very beginning of this project, we asked National Lutheran not just to design Skipper's Lane extension to their property, but its totality, where it would begin at Newtown Drive all the way through to Gemini, to ensure it is inclusive, frankly, not just an engineered horizontal and vertical road, but one that is appropriate as it goes through each neighborhood. And the character of that road is going to change through each section. The current character within Village Greens is very urban, and it's one character, and it will change as it goes past. But the idea is to design it all so it is inclusive.
Right, but in the buffering for the condos to the west side there, on the west side, that's if there were some concerns laid out, then with a meeting with the community over the next weeks or so, the city does still have the control and purview to institute some things, some minor things to better that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
That makes me feel better.
frankly, we could alter that that condition to specifically state that if we wanted to.
All right, that's excellent. And that makes me feel really good that we have a lot more control as a city over that even after this whole event here. That's good news. Hopefully Ms. Pratt heard that. And the other question I had regarded betterment of the community. Now, tax dollars would be paid to the city, and you would think the city would then, hopefully Ms. Finlayson and the gang will take some of that money from the first year or two and then help better the community next door. We're doing it with a street, supposedly. But other thing, the community over there, I'm sure probably feels like, this big development's happening, and what are we getting? We're just getting a road through, a cut through. That's it. That's their thought, and they're probably thinking they want more. That's what I'm hearing from some people in reading, is they want more. To me, that more is going to have to come from the city taking those tax dollars and putting it back in that community. But what else could Lutheran maybe do in that meeting next week with the community to better anything? Is there anything that can be done? Trails, there's been talk about trails in our meetings, but yet there's a safety issue that brought up by the applicant and it's private property. What could be done to help more so benefit recreation for that community next door and access? Is there been any further talk about that, Mr. Hyde?
We haven't talked about the recreational aspect, but don't forget we have a trail that's around the perimeter of the property that doesn't exist now. That's going to be provided.
And that's accessible to them, correct? No
that's
problem.
Accessible to the public. And just like the Skipper's Lane sidewalk and bike paths are accessible to the public. I think some of the things that I've heard from the community that didn't actually come up this evening relate to jobs, for example. This is going to be a pretty extensive construction project. Can there be some local jobs allocated to it? There's going to be permanent jobs generating
job fairs
facility, and so there should be a lot of opportunity for economic benefit. But I also heard tonight you were talking about fields, ball fields, recreation areas. I'm feeling a little bit whipsawed on behalf of my client because so much of the emphasis about this site was related to environmental features.
Trees and animals and not people, right?
Exactly right. So you want to clear.
I'm feeling the same way.
Well, if you want to clear a few acres.
The turtles than we do the people.
Well, but that was the overriding theme of this site. And it's because it's such an environmentally important site. And I get that. And we've accommodated everybody as much as possible. But you can't have it both ways. We can't clear forest and provide recreation areas and retain forest. That just doesn't work that way. So
I agree with that.
Yeah. So I think that the overwhelming request from not just the city, but from residents and those that participated in much of the discussion was, this is a special place from an environmental feature point of view. You guys have to treat it accordingly. And that's what we've done. It's a marvel, really, is what it is in terms of the stream restoration and the stormwater management and the trees. And I know you've heard it over and over again, but that, it shouldn't be discounted in any way how far National Lutheran has gone to make this work. And you heard it not just from us, you heard it from others that participated in negotiations, and you heard it from the city.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. I agree with a lot of those statements. If you bulldoze a field and make a field, great for some, but then not for the people who want the trees and the box turtles, and not the kids that have some place to play. Me, I could lean for more place to play with a grass field or two added. That'd be nice. But okay. But on to another point I had is you had the bird watchers go in there and find an endangered species, evidently, or a conserved species, one of the two, or the red-headed woodpecker. I guess they had approval to trespass onto the property down the road, or maybe that's not trespassing. I don't know. It's private, isn't it?
Well, the road, they may have had approval from somebody else that had use of that right of way. They didn't get it as far as I know, but hold on. I'm almost to my point there. My point is that they're doing it now. They're going to want to do it in the future because it's going to be a big, huge preserve. There's going to be a lot of birds and things to watch.
Is there going to be anything that would allow on maybe a repeated basis or once a month or every other month? Are they even talking about letting groups in there to enjoy that forest on a private guided tour, maybe something like that?
You know, that's a conversation that would have to be had with Ms. Richardson Pearson. It's her property, and you know she's imposed or agreed to impose a perpetual easement on this property to retain the natural features. I don't know that.
But as a private property, though, right?
It is
inaccessible.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And I do want to mention one thing about the wildlife. You know, in your packet at page 430, there's a letter from the Maryland Department of Natural Resources, and it says there's no specific concerns regarding potential impacts or recommendations for protection measures at this time as pertain to wildlife. That's what the Maryland Department of Natural Resources said. I understand somebody has seen a rare bird there, but you know, we've checked all the boxes, and we've not just done the minimal amount of work as some people have alleged. This has been well thought out, and you know, the state supports it. The Department of Natural Resources supports it.
Okay. Thank you. And one last item. The forest, is it going to be completely fenced off at the boundaries, or is there going to be boundaries where there aren't fences?
As far as I know, there's no intention of having any fences.
Okay, so wildlife can still meander through and whatnot. Okay, that's Mr. Hyde. Thank you very much for that. I'll leave it over to the other commissioners to ask questions right now, Mr. Hyde, and take a chance, or anyone else.
So one thing that's I wanted to say that's sort of a rhetorical question, but I want to just make sure that everybody else understood this because I asked for clarification. Just so I was clear, is that in I think Mr. Hyde just alluded to this, but what's going to happen here is the lots 3, 4, 5, and 6, where the development is, those will be actually transferred to the National Lutheran Organization, and the rest of the lots 1, 2, and 7 stay the property of Ms. Richardson Pearson, you know, and get put under the easement. So I was curious, just because I wanted to make sure I clarified that for myself earlier this week, and I wanted to make sure everybody else understood that too.
And don't forget, the Wellness House is going to have an ownership of
those
parcels. I mean,
but I mean, I think it's important to note that it's not the National Lutheran Organization that's going to own all of this land, you know, with those other trails and all that other kind of stuff that's under easement. That's important for everybody.
Still in private from the current owner.
Yes, correct. Exactly. So I asked and answered my own question, just for the record.
But that's good for public knowledge, though, right? It helps the public. I'm trying to go get those conditions, Bob, to display. Or do you want to display them later on? Because we're going to have to come to those in a little bit, go through them.
I'll display them in a minute. But Mr. Hyatt, how many letters did you send out? Do you know off the top of your head?
Hundreds.
I just want to point out that I just sat and counted up the number of letters that went to Juliana Circle residents, and I come up with 85 letters to them, and to tenants in Newtown 20, I come up with 110 letters. So, and I believe that was in relationship to the meeting that was mentioned, in which there were more people than chairs. December 1st. Oh, no, wait a minute. I have a letter here, December 1st, 2021. RE, this application, dear surrounding property owners and tenants, notice of hearing, and indicating the first of the hearings on December the 16th. And I am assuming that those letters, plus many hundreds of others to people all up and down Forest, Hilltop, and Harness Creek, were sent out. So, you know, That's all over 200 letters, or almost 200 letters that got sent to Juliana Circle and Newtown 20 alone. So I think that when people complain about not getting notice, I don't know that I think that there may be another story behind that. Just while I had a moment. Mr. Hyatt's 1,000-page application. What is it you'd like to have happen, Mr. Chairman?
Well, not yet, but we're going to, I'm just trying to pimp you for it, or myself, to display the conditions, and we'll go over those, the conditions that we wanted to talk about. But before that, any other questions by the commissioners of the applicant or the applicant's representatives based on the presentation we've been given? So we're operating like we normally do when we go through a development.
Well, I have one other comment to make, and I know it's entered in the record, but Alderman Savage wrote a letter to us that we received today, and that we haven't talked about that, but I think it's also important to note that while we might all like to see nothing happen on this property and have it stay exactly as it is, or even other parts of it even more forested. One of the things that Alderman Savage wrote was that there is not now, nor has there ever been, any public appetite to buy this property and turn it into a park, a quiet waters, put the whole thing under easement, make it anything public. And there've been a lot of talk in various testimonies have alluded to talk in the past, but it's just been talk. And I think to hear from one of the current members of our city government say it's not going to happen, nobody's going to do that, I think is something worth mentioning, because we might all like to have something different, but that's not the proposal that's in front of us. We have to deal with what's in front of us, even though we might all like to have something different. That's just not what's in front of us.
I would agree with you, Mr. Pline, but I would say that the appetite was there, just no way to satiate it, no valid attempt to satiate it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Semantics,
I agree.
semantics,
And the fact
perhaps.
that there may be more money now, it's a little late. Maybe there is more money available and there can be grants out there to buy this, but I just don't, it's what's in front of us right now. And there's no money in front of us right now to do anything with that. So I agree with what the chairman said and what Mr. Pline is saying. It's unfortunate. There was probably the appetite for it and just not the resources or the organizational effort to get the resources.
Right.
Unfortunately.
All
right.
Mr.
So
Chairman, if I could just say
deliberation.
something.
What was that, Mr. Hyde? I couldn't hear you.
Mr. Lashinsky, who heads the I guess the long range planning team for the city. I mean, he said it best. He said that it meets the goals for Forest Drive development, and it's a model for urban sustainable development within an extremely contained footprint. I mean, I think he stated it well, and
he stated that before too in our previous.
And that Mr. O'Leary, who was the stormwater management expert for Mr. Weingrad's group, I mean, he said that he can unequivocally state that compared with other potential development scenarios of this parcel, anyone concerned with the water quality of Crab Creek should be elated with the current environmental site design for development of the village of Providence Point. I mean, I've never been involved in a project like this, I can tell you.
And Mr. Weingrad and the gang have made that evident to us in their presentations, and you have as well. And I get that, and I'm glad you bring it up again, but it's been made evident that those comments were out there from professionals and people who've been long involved.
I just want to counter something that Mr. Hyde said. I agree that Mr. Lashinsky did say that, but one of the things for this opportunity area is that they highly recommended that it be a mixed development. And this is not in any way, you know, a mixed development with the kind of retail and all the other stuff that was envisioned. I know it was originally, but anyway, I think it does meet the goals. I just think that one aspect of what this was supposed to be.
Sure, and I don't disagree with you. I mean, but it was resoundingly rejected. You know, nobody wanted retail at this site. Yeah.
Right. But it was in the 2009 plan. And it was interesting that Mr. Lishinsky didn't say that part, because I thought it was really interesting as mixed development.
But what's nice is you got a road that accesses retail right over there that could be even better developed in the future to accommodate.
Right.
All right. Any other questions on any other major subjects? I mean, on the application, the design, let's get them out there. We talked a bunch about them, but is there anything else anybody's wondering? We talked about the trees, the road, it's all been hit.
I would just like to, Ben, sorry, I'd just like to add that, you know, Mr. Hyatt's offer to talk about economic growth issues and jobs is very appreciated. And I certainly hope that any discussions between the adjoining community gets into those issues, because as you recall, when we approved the Newtown 20 project, beginning of last year, we requested that there be training for some of the jobs related to the construction of that project. And then maybe, you know, potentially future jobs. And as far as I know, there's only been 4 jobs created there, but this may open up another opportunity. And I know Larry Bradshaw talked about it repeatedly from the very first time I met with him, which was 9 years ago. So again, in good faith, I think they want to do those things. And I would just encourage everyone to follow up with these meetings and make sure some of those things happen. That'd be great.
Yeah, one clarification on that was, I remember some talk about using local labor sources. Was that related to this project or a different project?
We talked about it with Newtown 20, but I know that we also discussed it here with, actually in our December 16th meeting, it came up. And Mr. Bradshaw explained that that was their intent and they would like to do that, if I recall right. If he's still on the, forget.
Yeah, I think he just came on, yeah.
Yeah, I think Ms. Butler's exactly right. We've talked about job training on this project all the way through. I've had conversations with the mayor about creating job fairs early on, even before the project is open. But this project's going to generate about 1,200 to 1,500 just construction jobs on site, and then we'll have about 140 ongoing jobs. And I think, Mr. Sale, you've talked about what the conversation would be like with Ms. Townsend next week. I think jobs would certainly be
not Ms. Townsend.
I'm sorry, Ms. Pratt. Sorry.
I understand your mistake.
I think jobs and job training will be on the docket, along with really what we've done historically is really work very closely with the communities in which we operate, and that goes from home health and integrated services to really reaching out to the community and seeing what the community wants and how we can help. So we don't come in with a cookie cutter approach, but we'll come in saying, what does the community need? And then we'll address programs to do either intergenerational training, healthcare training, job training. You talk about the bird programs. I'm certain that we can arrange some programs. And I've had some very early talks with Mr. Weingrad about maybe there's some bird clubs that could come out to the site and mingle with our residents that could look at birds on the site as part of the programs. So, but that's a perfect example of what National Lutheran does. It really looks to see what are the needs of the community and how can we help address them. And so I'm sure that'll be a major part of the discussion with Ms. Pratt next week.
And the Lutheran,
thank you so much.
The Lutheran Church organization I was a member of that at a young age. They do that kind of stuff. If you're going to have somebody be your applicant, that's who you want to be by a community like this, because you actually would believe they would do something like that.
And not to extend the conversation, because I know you have a lot to do, but we have an Impact 1890 program which goes to senior related community organizations in which we provide grants to that can support smaller programs to address senior living. And that's been very successful throughout Virginia, Maryland, and the district. So that program will go to Annapolis also, which will support some of the programs within the city.
All right, Mr. Bradshaw, thank you for that. That's positive vibes. I like it. Any other commissioners' questions before we get, we really need to look at start at some of these conditions and go through them.
Well, so I just have a sort of a procedural question. So, do we want to have any general discussion before we sort of like dive down into, so we're in the deliberation phase now. So do we want to start allowing any sort of general comments, sort of where we are before we dive down? Because I think once we start getting down into any details of conditions, that is leading us towards a conclusion.
To
But I
me,
think we haven't sort of talked to 10,000 feet yet.
I look at the conditions as being a part of my assessment, whether I would vote yes or no on the package, So I couldn't tell you if I'm yes or no right now or not. I'd have to look at the conditions and go through them. That's me personally.
Fair enough, but I think it's important to, to be able to talk some about our impressions overall. That's one of the things that I'd like to do and I was prepared to do. I don't know, but what other people think.
I feel you'd go right ahead. And if you want, I can give you mine in 20 seconds or less right now,
Oh, well, you're more succinct than I, but I could do mine in a couple. I could make a couple of comments in just a few minutes.
Go right ahead.
If we all take a half an hour, we'll be here forever. So, okay. So anyway, I think in general the applicant's done a really good job at setting out all of the, how they satisfy all the detailed requirements in the plan development section of the code 21-24-090. We don't have to go, nobody wants to reiterate how every one of those criteria is satisfied. But I think in general that's been well done. But beyond the specifics, I think the big picture view is important, and probably the thing that strikes me most about what's been offered here, in addition to going above and beyond and some of the environmental stuff, is the extinguishment of further development rights. That's almost unprecedented, or at least since I've been paying attention to things around the city. But to me, what that really does is that avoids the subsequent drip of development on this property over the next 10, 20, 30 years. There's a lot of land that's close to the water, and people with money like to have places close to the water. And I could see slowly more onesie-twosie things being built, down closer to the water that going to slide under the radar. And we all know residential development down next to the creeks, when people want lawns and they put fertilizer and all of that kind of stuff, has as much environmental impact as anything that's way up by Forest Drive. So to me, that aspect of this project is maybe the biggest piece of it that's beyond the details of the requirements and stuff. So that's something that really struck me. And then one of the things we're asked to do is to think about these things in a really long term. Often we get really wrapped around the axle about what's traffic going to be like tomorrow, that kind of thing. But I try to take like Eric Lashinsky, I try to take a much longer view of this. And, I think with the extinguishment of development rights, ultimately, keeping everything close to Forest Drive, I think ultimately the health of the impact on something like Crab Creek is going to be much less with, long term with what's been offered here. And further, if we look really far down the road, I think in the next 100 years, long after anybody in this meeting is long gone, this development's probably going to have 2-3 more lives to it. As I think Ben mentioned, or somebody mentioned, demographics, economics, those things change over long periods of time. And I think with a high quality development that's been proposed here, these buildings are going to last a long time, and uses are ephemeral, but buildings are not. And I could see this morphing, if there's no need for this kind of retirement community in 30 or 40 years because the demographics are different, I could see it having a very successful life after that. So those are the kinds of things I'm thinking about in the long term. And ultimately, I think when we're done here and the next generation looks at this, we don't want them to say, what were they thinking? And I look at this project in total, and I think it passed the what were they thinking test. That's something I always think about. I'm a little more dubious in our prior project on Primrose. I wonder if we're going to be thinking, what were they thinking? But I don't get that feeling here. So those kind of wrap up my general comments. And I think, as Ben mentioned, the conditions that we might propose, that we might put on any approval, are as important as what's been offered, because they, at least the things we've talked about, are quite important to how this would end up being built. So with that, I think I did my thing in 2 or 3 minutes, and turn it over to somebody else.
I'll save mine till after the conditions. Anyone else?
Well, I think the conditions are a great framework for us to really delve into it a lot better. So I understand what you're saying, Ben. But I'm saying I can see this could be a lot worse, and I have seen this all the way through. I still have some concerns about it, many concerns about this project, but I'm really concerned whenever we put anything in with regards to conditions, because as we all know, we have a hard time enforcing conditions in this city. So I'm really concerned with anything that has to do, they have to be kind of ironclad, and we have to make sure that they're followed up with. I do believe that this will have more lives. I don't think it's going to be 100 years in the future. I think it's going to be more, or even 30 years. I think it's going to be more like 20 to 25 before the next generation comes in, and we have to figure out what are the next steps for the transition of the property. I look at this community. When I look at it visually, it looks like Anne Arundel Medical Center to me. It looks very institutional in a lot of ways. I don't think it's going to be an issue of how it looks or what it's going to be. I mean, yes, we are going to do a trade-off with the forest and breaking up the forest to a degree, but again, it could have been a lot worse. So that's what I'll leave for now until we have more of the deliberations and we look at the conditions.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else? All right, Bob, conditions, display, please. Would you like me to display?
Let me take my 2 minutes. There's been a lot of angst expressed about nibbling away at the last bits of wildlife that we have in this country. And it's painful to be engaged in this process and to hear those things, because they're absolutely true. And it's true that animals don't have standing. But I think we're recognizing that everything plays a part in the whole. And then there's a great big but, which is that what we're faced with here at this moment in United States American history, which is that we are trying to move incrementally towards a better place. And the kinds of things that were expressed in terms of wildlife protection really have to occur on a higher level than this particular application. And the increment that this application presents is a major step forward precisely because it was collaborative. because because other outside developers walked away and Lutheran was left with this prospect and said, what can we do and how do we do it right? And they have carried through. I have no doubts that that their relationship with the community will have to be built, because in order for it to succeed over the next decades, they're going to have good relations with the community, because as we're expressed, you've got two very different types of people living in fairly close in proximity. So I think this meeting between Ms. Pratt and the executives is going to be important, and it should be lay the groundwork for how do we deal with walking down the sidewalk and how do we deal with the woods and the paths. So I wish them all the luck in the world. That's not something that we can control. Another thing that we can't control is the aesthetics of the architecture. I think Mr. Iams hit it pretty close. I don't think that it's a big building, and so it's going to look, they're going to do whatever they can to make it warmer than the hospital. I would, without even attempting to impose a condition on aesthetics, I just want to say to the architects and to Mr. Bradshaw, I think you really need to work on that grand entryway. I think that it needs to be balanced, and it needs to be not regal, but it needs to be harmonious. And I think the way that the above the entranceway, the way that it's unbalanced is really something you need to work on. I think that that grand entranceway is going to set the tone for everything else that goes on around there, because that's where people are going to enter, and that's how they're going to identify it visually and experientially. So I can only say work on it, and I think that the traffic circle we're going to address in a condition. In terms of some of the comments about wildlife, I want to recall and build on what Mr. Klein said about the extinction of or extinguishment of any development rights, beyond this. We have to recall that, as far as I gather, 2/3 of the property is being protected. A large meadow is going to be reforested that in fairly short order is going to be habitat. It will continue to be part of the important part of these woods is going to continue to be part of the greenway. And if every development in the country were developed like this, every large development were developed like this with this kind of sensitivities and focus, we might be in a different place. But the last 50 or 60 years has shown the mistakes that we've made, and hopefully this rectifies at least some of them. With respect specifically to Skipper's Lane, I see it as a big positive. I think that it's extremely important that the lane widths be narrowed, and that everything that we can possibly do to make this into a normal city street and not into any kind of 40-mile-an-hour connector is extremely important for the people who are driving on that street, the people who are walking on that street, and the people who live on both sides of that street. So it's extremely important, and I would hope that everybody put the greatest amount of pressure on the Department of Public Works to agree to those narrower lane widths. With respect to Skipper's Lane extended, the buffers are generous. I do have some confidence that we can design a road that buffers as well as it possibly can. We have to recall that on the other side of the road from Woodside Gardens and Juliana Circle is going to be something called the Willows, which I haven't seen yet, but they also are going to back onto this road, which makes it that the extension makes the minimization of auto speeds in that stretch also extremely important. Finally, though, this road adds to the connectivity and the end of an isolation of the three communities that are to the south of what will be Skipper's Lane. They will be able to get to a school more easily, and they're going to ultimately be able to get to the rec center and to Truxton Park more easily. And connectivity is one of the most important factors in, or it's an important factor in the health of communities. Outreach. The number of letters that were sent just recently in the beginning of December are astonishing. With a history that I have many years ago when I was a younger man of organizing for a union and also unprofessional workers in hospitals, I can tell you that outreach is difficult, and it's very difficult for people to engage who are not used to engaging. The opportunity was presented. There was a meeting that was so well attended that there weren't enough chairs. I don't know what happened as a result of that, but certainly all of those letters that went out, as I pointed out, to the immediately adjacent communities certainly gave notice. And people just have to engage in democracy or they're SOL. So all in all, it's a difficult decision, you know, to scoop out a 23 or 34 acres of forest and put a road through. It's balanced by 75 acres that will never get developed. It's balanced by $500,000 in a stream restoration that's already cut down 8 feet of erosion. It's balanced by the reforestation of a large meadow. It's balanced by the tearing down of a building on Forest Drive and the reforestation of that hillside, and so forth and so on. And I think that all in all, we're faced with a pretty positive proposal here. There are many conditions, and when Mr. Sale gives me the go ahead, we can start going over the conditions. If there are I would suggest we go one by one, and if there's consensus, we go to the next one, and then we consider, and then we vote on it as a whole, if that's acceptable to Mr. Sale.
Well, right now, there's conditions that are wanting to be proposed into the package. So I'd say we go through those conditions, but let's skip past the normal ones that we always have that are standard in the beginning and go right to the ones that are additional to a normal package.
All right, with your permission, I'll share a screen.
Please do that right now.
If I can do that. Let me see if I can do that. Where the hell is it?
Mr. Hyde, I'm well aware and know that you wanted to give a long rebuttal, but could you just tell me how many minutes you would require for any rebuttal that you wanted to do? I'm thinking you wanted 15 to 20.
Mr. Hyatt, do we really
don't
need
have
it?
that right now.
Mr. Hyatt, do we really need it?
I don't think we do at the moment, but if you really 100% think you need to do it, Mr. Hyatt, what do you think? I mean, come on. Now you're muted and you're muted.
Given where we are in the discussions, I suspect you don't really want to hear much more from me. Is that a fair assessment?
Fair assessment.
Okay, then I know when to say when. So,
Oh my gosh.
all right.
We're getting dragged down, aren't we, Mr. Hyatt? We're
Yes.
getting dragged down.
Yes, yes.
That's worth another couple of hours of billable time, let me tell you.
Yeah, he just posed himself of another 1,000. All right. All right, let's go. Let's start looking at these conditions. If you were gonna put these to a package, and these are other than the standard normal ones that go with the package.
Right. The first 17 conditions are absolutely the standard. You've seen them time and time again.
Right.
Okay. These are any additional conditions, and this
Can you
was,
maximize that to all of your window? Thank you.
does that help?
Perfect. Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you read it?
Yep. I can. I don't know about anybody else.
David, can you read it? Huh?
Yes, I can read it.
Are
Okay.
you picking on Dave for being blind?
Well, he just was squinting, and I was.
All right, let's go ahead.
No, I made it bigger.
All right. Section
This
18
was
there.
distributed by Mr. Smith today. First,
Based on what we've been talking about for the last 3 months.
yes, I want to say that some of these sort of repeat the declaration of covenants and the deed of conservation easement, but we thought, I mean, I think it's a good idea. I thought it was a good idea to spell it out for the public to know and for us to know. So it's a little repetitive, but given that, I think we can move quickly, or as quickly as necessary. The
I have no
declaration-
problem with 18, 19.
Declaration
20.
contained substantially in the form which is in the record will become recorded in the land records, as will number 19, the deed of conservation easement, which was discussed actually in the first hearing to some extent. Okay, both of those get filed along with the property in the land records. They run with the property so that anybody who buys this property is subject to whatever those requirements are in the declaration and deed. I hope I have that right. I was never a property lawyer. The applicant shall assist in the connection of Skipper's Lane by agreeing to purchase the land and the right-of-way currently owned by the American Legion. And we did get some comment today from Delegate Henson about how important that access road into the American Legion is going to be. And it's going to be whatever that agreement is, okay? By the way, if there's problems or objections or changes of language, now's the time to speak with each one of these.
And right there. Well, let's make sure number 20 gives the city and by design.
Yeah, the proposed language that I would change there is add at the end per the city requirements with community input. So it basically talks about designing, engineering, construction drawings, and just add at the end per the city requirements with community input or something like that.
I like that language.
So that they're buying, they're designing, but not constructing. Is that correct in that statement?
Yeah, I think that my impression is that basically they're asking the applicant to do the design work, and then the city will put it out for bids to do the construction, obviously using some of the money that they contribute.
Where are the funds going to come from for this construction?
Well, some from the applicant.
No, the city will pay for it.
And then the rest in the city.
Well, to be clear, Mr. Hyatt, what's your belief?
My belief and understanding is this: the applicant pays American Legion for that portion of the land that abuts American Legion property, and it will contribute that to the city without any compensation. And the applicant will also design the road, as I mentioned. Then the property known as the Willows will contribute land that abuts its property, and it will pay for a portion of the road that is adjacent to the Willows property, and the balance would be a city capital project, namely whatever's built in front of the American Legion or behind the American Legion. So a portion of it becomes a city capital project. But just
so the city probably have to pay for half of the construction, but the purchase and the design is all paid for, and half of the construction is paid for.
No,
Roughly.
it doesn't say half of the construction.
It doesn't say that here, but Willows is a separate.
That's a different project. Yes, that's coming up next.
Would the property, the American Legion property, be granted to the city?
Yes.
All right, let me try that.
And how wide is that road again, Alex?
Well, let's get to that condition.
You're buying 60 feet.
All right, are you satisfied with this language?
Yeah, I am.
It's good.
21, the applicant agrees to abide by the commitments he's made in the letters, okay? Now, we do spell out what's in the letters. So he'll abide by the forest conservation plan, which as submitted, with the understanding, by the way, that that's the initial forest plan, and there's a final one which has to be agreed to before grading permits, as we learned tonight. Okay, so
shouldn't we say, can I interrupt, number 22, subject to final conservation plan approval? Because there may be something different, right?
Yes. I will add that.
Very good point. Thank you, Mr. Hyatt.
Thank you.
Make it perfect. I'm a fan of.
Is that right? Is that sufficient?
Plan.
Okay, is that
Does
sufficient?
that add plan?
Plan.
Yes,
Oh,
you're missing
sorry.
a word there.
Don't capitalize final too. Sorry, I didn't pick.
Well, it is capitalized in the earlier.
Is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
It-
Never mind.
It has right.
Alex, you challenged two lawyers. Shouldn't do that
Yeah,
on
Right.
English.
big mistake.
And this is once again, this is another repeat of what's in those two letters. Should treat 125.9% of the stormwater on site. And the stormwater designed so that it overflow, if necessary, it overflows into the natural hydrology patterns. If you follow me, so that
Yeah.
okay, there's irrigation that goes on and overflows. The applicant should install approximately, once again, subject to final designs, all the square footage of porous pavement. Okay, so the driveways will all be porous. The applicant should restore at its expense the 502 linear feet of degraded stream channel.
And 28 cottage units is correct? Is that
I
correct?
think that there are, I think that's the number of cottage units. Okay, next.
I think there are there are 30 cottage units, unless I'm missing something. This is
Well,
Larry, sorry.
Right, but the agreement is to install in at least 28 of them, the 15,000 feet of porous pavement.
Oh, got it. Sorry, Alan.
So because but yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Okay, but we're not doing two of them
Kevin
for some
Johnson has
reason.
his hand raised. Does he have a question?
There wouldn't be two of them for some reason. And I don't know what that is.
So I just wanted to clarify that, if I may.
Go ahead, please.
The
Quickly.
two units that are off to the way left that have the longer driveways, that just didn't really work out as well as the more standard units that were along the cottage loop. So we specifically didn't want to try to drag those two in.
Okay.
I'll take your word for it, I guess. It's
Okay.
I have nothing to combat that with.
Stormwater on site.
Agree.
Any questions?
It's agreeable.
Oh, wait a minute.
One just minor question.
Yes.
125.9%. I don't remember where the 0.9 comes from. That just seems oddly precise.
I mean,
Kevin Johnson has his hand up again. Maybe he can clarify.
Again, Commissioner, I completely agree with you in its preciseness. But in our extensive negotiations with the community and Mr. Weingrass group, that was kind of the threshold that we arrived at. And so
That's fair. Just seems weird that it's not 126 but whatever.
My preference would have been to be in concert with the regulation of trying to exceed 125%. But this is demonstrating that we were going beyond that.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
25, the degraded stream channel. I think that my impression is that there's an understanding of what needs to be done, and they're going to do it, and they already know what the price is, and we need not get more specific.
You could remove 2 of the periods there.
We can.
I knew you were going to say that, Mr. Pline.
Well, somebody has to play that role.
I know somebody asked.
Which is, it's ironic because anything I ever write that my sister reads, she always publicly calls me out on my bad spelling. So it's ironic that I'm doing that.
This spells out, number 26 spells out that the building on the property is limited to what's already submitted in these plans, i.e. Exhibit 11. And nothing more shall be permitted except as specifically noted in the deed covenants, which we've talked about, the wellness house and some stuff around the equestrian center. Any expansion is going to be limited, okay? It's only 11.3 acres out of 175. So it spells out what's in that restrictive deed covenant. May I continue?
Please.
This spells out the traffic improvements. Spa Road, northbound, Spa Road, southbound. By the way, there's already to the side of the deceleration lane as you go south to where Skipper's Lane is going to come out. It's already there. And so, it's already it's not asphalted, but it's dirt. Anyway, it spells out those traffic improvements. And it shall provide design approval and construction funds for those improvements. 28, the applicant shall provide the funds necessary to implement the signalization timings. And work with the county and SHA to get that done.
Traffic study by STV. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
They can't request even any traffic lights or control devices unless the city decides also to do the same. So they're not going to be able to do something on their own without the city engagement in terms of traffic control stuff.
Device spelled with an S or a C?
Excuse me?
Did the United Kingdom guy write that device in item 29?
That's devise. Yeah.
Control devise. C.
God, you guys are impossible.
And how could you tell some successor operator? I guess you could. Shall neither request or, I mean, who knows what they might want in the future, but okay.
But they'll do it in concert with the city.
Okay.
Okay. Even if they, because it's a county road or it's a state highway road, they still have to get the city to, join in, which makes sense. They shall provide transportation as they've already promised to do that, so that minimize the number of cars that are parked there and provide, more transportation, which is common in these bigger CCRCs, right? Sediment and erosion control during the construction process to include best industry practices. We will return to things that happen during the construction process later on in one of the later conditions, but best industry practices is the important language.
Could item 30 be, walked around by we just offer off-site transportation from 4 to 6 p.m. Should we delineate for at least a half of the day or something, or just go with good faith on that?
I mean, personally, I don't think that we should. It's not our, right.
They said they would anyway.
Between 11 and 1, then they're just shortchanging their folks. I mean,
right.
I really think that this is not something that, their operation of things is important. I think it's important in terms of site design, in terms of reducing parking pressures and encouraging mass transit.
I think I'm just being too negative sided with it from previous applicants. So, I mean, they would logically do this just for business. So I don't, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, I would think of that one as compared to many
Almost.
of these requirements or these conditions
Almost.
that's a little bit more squishy than others.
Yeah, that's okay.
So, but you know,
Not really needed.
we can't go down the rat hole of,
Yeah, all right.
of defining
good.
what their transit program looks like.
Number
Continue.
32, during the final design for the grading permit. Now, this is an encouragement. The application shall further study in an attempt to eliminate pipe runs. Shall further study the grading in the rear yards adjacent to the foreign areas.
Forest.
No, wait a minute. This isn't right.
Correct.
This isn't right. During the final design, the applicant should further study in an attempt to eliminate pipe runs.
So that the grading
next
in
to
the
the
rear
forest
yard.
edge. It's Mr. Smith. It's the pipe runs next to the forest edge.
These are
That was a Mr. Urban recommendation, this one.
Yeah,
Well,
these are the storm drains that exist along the rears of some of the cottage lots on the loop road that we want to further look at, seeing how we can shorten or eliminate some of those areas, thus increasing the tree save.
So it's to eliminate pipe runs behind cottages on the loop road.
I'm going to take a facilities break for 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Keep going, guys. I've read ahead.
Commissioner Waldman, the cottage loop, to be more specific.
The what?
And yes, it's along the cottage loop
Okay.
with the cottages, and yes, it is in the forest edge area that is part of Mr. Urban's sketch.
Okay, well, can I do this? During the final design, in the attempt to blah, 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 to eliminate the runs, the applicant shall further study the grading in the rear yards adjacent to forest. What? Study the grading? Isn't the purpose to try to run the pipes between the cottages?
Yes.
Okay, study the grading.
To eliminate pipe runs in the rear yards.
Specifically, the yards of cottages 23 through 30.
Oh, wait a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Further study the grading in the rear yards adjacent to the forest areas. An attempt to eliminate pipe runs. They shall further study the grading in the rear yards to. This is what's wrong. And it's the point to place the pipes between the cottages.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, it's not the best, but I think you engineers understand this. Anything further from the commissioners? Okay, good faith effort with the city. Actual clearing to when you clear and you do the grading, that it be, quote, field modified to have the least impact on existing trees, their root systems, and the grades within the adjacent forest to remain. Final slope grade should be as close. In other words, move the grading away from the trees and as close to the cottages as possible. And these transition slopes are probably a great place to plant the trees that Urban was talking about and to chip them heavily during construction. Next case, chipping and spreading wood chips in the transition zone between the remaining forest and the construction zone should be required. Chip them on site. Save money. Save everything. Make all your construction, soil erosion stuff easier to deal with. All right, this planting soil plan. This has this scent of urbanism behind it. Harvest and stockpile the existing soils. Okay. Reduce compaction and loss of soil structures as these soils are removed, stockpiled, and respread. So in other words, don't run bulldozers over them and you reuse the soil. And then segregate those harvested soils. Don't screen, process, or amend. Stumps and large tree roots can be removed, but otherwise smaller roots remain. Okay. This is all landscape architecture talk. Soil compaction requirements.
And these were put in, let's be clear, these were put in by whom, or are these part standard as well?
No, I think Mr. Smith could speak to that. I think that this is more specific in terms of any other construction project that we've seen. But what little I've learned over the years, this is the kind of thing that really leads ultimately to success, rather than stripping off the soil and running bulldozers back and forth over it, and you end up with nothing. But this is a way of just, you're going to be moving the soils anyway, reuse them and don't compact them. Oh, your question was, where do they come from? Mr. Smith?
Because we don't normally see those, do we?
Well, no, we're actually, Mr. Urban was kind enough to assist in some of these conditions. So this project is going to generate a great deal of fill. Got particularly in the IL building with this underground parking. So the idea being is it's expensive trucking soils on and off site was to utilize those soils on site.
And when you say that, my point, I guess I should just expedite to is,
sorry,
some of these would be good. No, it's my fault. Some of these would be good to put on future applications. You know what I mean? It's almost a standard. Some of them, right?
Funny you
No?
say that, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman. We're already doing that under certain city projects under review.
There you go.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Butler.
Yeah, Chairman, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Well, right. It's a level of specificity that we've never seen before.
This is goodness.
As I read through them, I really felt like I learned a lot about how to do it right.
Not standard, but could be standard and is looking to be put by standard. So greatness. All right, let's keep going.
And if it could end up being cheaper in the long run to do things this way than import topsoil and screen it and so forth. All right.
Yeah,
Soil
especially
plan,
in this sensitive site.
yes, very. Not all sites are like this.
Every site's sensitive.
Okay, soil plan shall specify the depth of respread planting soil. So in other words, they have to think about how far it's going to be, how thick it needs to be. Okay. Planting soil depth.
Capitalize remove on 44.
Hold
C,
on. Prior to
44
spraying
C.
in the top 3 inches, soil specifications. Interesting. All right. What I'm 44 what? What am I doing?
44C. There you go. And you have to either indent or not indent that. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Where the hell am I?
Capitalize and indent. There you go. Silva cells is next, Diane.
Include the silva cells under adjacent sidewalks. What does that mean? Adjacent sidewalk. What's an adjacent sidewalk, Mr. Smith?
To the street.
What does that mean?
Where we have street trees proposed adjacent to the sidewalks. So if you continue on, it talks about civil cells at each tree location between the curb and the sidewalk.
And that's to keep the sidewalks from lifting up as the tree roots start to grow, correct?
It's helpful in that regard, yes.
Right, and the trees grow bigger. Okay. Okay, all of this has been vetted with the applicant's landscape architect, is that correct? Mr. Smith?
Commissioner Wellman, if I could just interject.
Were created in concert with, and yes.
Okay, all right.
46 and 47, those are fantastic
Shared use bike
items.
path along Forest Drive shall provide for future connections to and across Spa Road to accommodate a larger bike trail system. So
wonderful.
Does this mean at the intersection is, okay, all right.
I think it means that it's not, it's TBD, but it may cross, it may go behind down Old Forest Drive Road, but it has to somehow dovetail into whatever.
Right.
Don't just dead end them to where you can connect easily.
Right.
Leave that up to Mr. Lashinsky to talk about.
Right, okay, so we're gonna leave that for final design. Create a public walking path in the forest buffer along Forest Drive while maintaining a private system in the south portion of the property.
Now that's not covering private being, it's, you can fully walk around the property still. But that private area is just into the woods, as I understand it, to be sure.
Well, we actually, I mean, what's your question?
It's kind of, I just don't want it to cut that privacy statement there to cover over what we're expecting to be public, so you can get around the whole development publicly, but then that little south portion is private. I don't think it will, but
it's a different.
So what's your question? Is
it's not a question, it's just kind of open-ended for me, but I think we should continue on unless anybody else has issue.
Well, yeah, actually, so I mean, in 47, do we really need what about just ending the first sentence at Spa Road? Do we need while maintaining a private? Do we? That seems like a non sequitur here.
Yes.
Because we're really just saying create the trail in the buffer.
Right. I don't want to give them a condition they have to make something private.
Yeah.
Get rid of that part.
Yep. That's much more clear.
Thank you.
Agreed.
So actually the forest buffer along Forest Drive and Spa Road, what they're talking about is between those streets and any buildings. Is that what that forest buffer refers to? Mr. Smith?
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Stay away, come on, we're almost here. That forest buffer, we're talking about between, say, Forest Drive and the back of those maisons, or along Spa Road in the next, Skipper Lane or so. Is that the forest buffer that we're talking about?
Yes, sir, exactly. It is the buffer that's adjacent to Forest Drive and Spa Road. And I think the intent is perhaps an alternative than the shared use trail that may be an enjoyable experience within the forest itself. For the public.
Okay, so just a wood trip trail up in there. Okay.
That's a wonderful addition right there.
Yeah, that's not complicated. Okay, gotcha. That's different than the asphalt, the bike shared use path right along Forest Drive.
That's correct.
Thank you. All right, the lane widths, number 48. The lane widths for all internal roadways, public and private. Wait a minute, Crystal Spring
Farm Road. Yeah,
Road.
Sorry, that I left out the farm.
Shall be reduced to 10 feet if acceptable to the Department of Public Works and the Fire Department. Utilize the space gained by adding 1 foot to the tree planting area between the street curb and the sidewalk, and 1 foot to the space between the sidewalk and the buildings or edge of the forest. So just, okay, cool.
Like that.
So I have one at the risk of making this way too long. And I see Mr. Bryce is still on, but I wanted to sort of gauge Public Works' opinion on this, because the if acceptable to me leaves it up to them. I'd like this to be much more forceful. Basically, unless there's some reason like the world's going to come apart, if there's not a 12-foot lane, I want there to be a 10-foot lane. I don't want it just to be like, because we want 12-foot lanes. So the if acceptable, while I understand they have a lot of input into that, I don't want to give them an out to say, well, we just don't want to do it.
So what's your proposal, to remove that clause?
Yes. And we can, we can discuss that later, I suppose, but I think it should read this way to be more forceful.
Fine.
And for the record, I prepared a paper on why I think we should have 10-foot lanes, which I've distributed to everybody.
Okay. A letter from the commission to the Department of Public Works?
Correct.
Okay. All right, 49, advance the design of the traffic circle to include elements, space defining and framing elements, sight lines, sidewalk, justed outward, so that there's a 8-foot, Mr. Smith, do you think we should specify 8 feet?
I believe we were trying to mimic some of the other walkways within the project and the space between them.
Okay.
And it's a should, so you're good there.
Okay, good. Yes, thank you. A landscape zone, elements within the landscape zone, and so forth. Okay. All right. I think that you're right. I'm really hoping that the applicant will do some adjustment over there. I think it's just as important as that grand plaza, entry plaza. What you do with that traffic circle is important.
Number 50 avoids this having to come in front of us again for fences. Correct? Is that what that's doing? It's minor, so it wouldn't have to come in front of us.
That's the SAYC clause.
Yeah,
Yes,
and I
yes.
just want to add, thank you so much for adding this. And I just want to mention that, minor modification under chapter 21 is sufficient and adequate. And so that means that they can't come in with just an application under 17 for a fence and get around the planning and zoning department's desire to have this reviewed under minor modification under 21. I think that's allowed in the law. I think it's absolutely important that we have both review under 17 and 21. So 17 talks about the height and the color and the setback and what I call the minor, the look of the fence. But the modification of an approved site design plan is bigger in scope. And it talks about whether it is in conformance with community character and a whole host of other things that are really within the jurisdiction of our planning and zoning department. So I don't think one should exclude the other. And I appreciate this, this particular condition because I think it makes it clear.
So Diane, your hope with 50 is to make any modification to the site design plan for future fencing and gating have to come to us, correct? Or just be reviewed by the department?
Well, right now, for minor modification to happen, the planning and zoning director can put it before us. They don't have to, but they can. And that's the key, because at the SAYC case, when they withdrew their minor modification, when they realized that Sally was going to make, I think,
right.
the
Okay.
application come to us.
But the text, as I read it legally there, doesn't make it required to be reviewed by the planning commission. It just says require review. So require review could be planning and zoning director themselves and the planning and zoning department. So you
That's
should,
correct.
I would think you'd want planning commission in there, right? If you want it to come to us, or do you want it still discretion?
No, I would love it to come to the planning commission in all instances, because it can make a very big difference in the way a development turns out. It is, in my mind, it's not a minor modification to add a fence after the fact in most of these
What if,
cases.
what if the person living in lots 4 wants to put a little picket fence up?
Well, little picket fence between lots could probably be a minor modification.
Correct.
So it does make sense to let the planning department just take a look at it.
Yeah.
And if it's
Yeah,
going to
I
be
mean, I don't
controversial,
mind leaving it to their discretion. I just have a problem when developer comes back, changes the whole site plan, and then says, oh no, we're only looking at this under the fence, chapter 17 fence parameters.
And let me be real here, Diane. If I'm somebody in lot 3, 4, 5, I don't own the property. So if I want a fence there, I have to get an application, but I don't own the property. It would be, and hold on, Alan, I see your hand, but Mr. Hyde, I see your hand, but so I want to get and if I could go get an application, I'd go, or because if I did own the property, I'd go to the city and ask, and the city department giving out the permits and say, oh, you don't need that for a little picket fence, or sure, that's easy, it's well within our limits, and they're not going to know to look at this. They're not going to see this. They're not going to have any.
But I would say then that's the problem with all these conditions. What happens is they end up in somebody's file in a file drawer, and it's really hard to, I mean, that's one of our biggest problems is knowing when these conditions will be enforced, because who will know about them?
Connecting all, yes, I agree with you. So I'm playing devil's advocate here. And Mr. Hyde, I'm curious to hear what you got to say.
Okay.
Wait, these are our deliberations, so it's kind of weird to have the applicant's attorney be commenting during our deliberations.
I get that, and I understand that, but I want to hear what he says about who owns the property for an application for a fence on 4 or 5. I guess I should say that.
Well,
Can I ask you that, Mr. Hyde?
Sure,
Who would own the
National
property?
Lutheran. I'm just trying to be helpful here, okay?
Yeah.
I don't think you should say minor modification to the site design plan, because this is not a site design plan approval. I think it should be minor modification to the planned development, because that's what's getting approved here, and you don't have.
That's true. And who would own the property to apply for an application for a fence?
National Lutheran owns the property.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right.
Yep. But I don't think we have any we don't have any objection. If you want a minor modification, if a fence is proposed, then okay. I don't think.
But thank you for that. So Diane, back to it. So Lutheran would own the property and they'd go apply for a fence, and the city wouldn't connect the dots. So how do we protect ourselves against that? You know what I mean?
Well, there's absolutely no way unless people go back to the conditions and enforce our conditions. So I don't know the answer.
Tom.
Well, Mr. Chairman, all fence permits come to zoning, come to my staff as well as the permit review staff. And within
even the small stuff like that?
Even the small stuff. And with any plan development, the staff knows there are conditions within those projects regarding fencings and types of fencings. And oftentimes it is delineated in a project of a plan development, what they can and can't have. In this case, they have nothing. So we want to make sure
your point.
Want something, they got to go back through the process.
All right, and I see your point. Who would be, when National Lutheran shows up with an application for a fence, for a little minor fence, you're like, oh wait, that's a big project, and it would pop in your head immediately. Versus, just if somebody owned it individually, it'd be like, it's no big deal. Gotcha.
Absolutely.
Can I ask a question? How did you choose lots 3, 4, and 5, 4, 5, and 6?
Because those are the lots that encompass the development itself.
That's the ones that are owned by National Lutheran. The rest are the conservation easements owned by Richardson Pearson.
Not cottage number 3, 4, 5, and 6.
No.
It's
okay.
lot.
All right.
Yes.
And now I understand.
And as a point of process, Diane, I know that did sound out of order earlier, but if we feel somebody can bring clarity to our questions and we want to ask it, by all means, as commissioners, we can ask at this point. Even though it's not usually what we do.
I thought during deliberations.
Usually we don't. You're right.
So Bob, just strike the word plan. Just to the plan development.
Okay, and I would also like to say that because it's really.
No, it's a document and we need to refer back to it. No, I would leave it in because.
Yeah, I think the plan is what you're talking about. I would leave it in also.
What's on, right.
But because this would change the character of potentially a fence around the entire thing, could potentially change the character of the whole plan, development plan. I would argue or would like to actually put in major modification because it would be a lot different than putting a little picket fence between two cottages. It would be.
Oh, that would come to
completely-
us anyway, wouldn't it?
Right, but if you put major modification, it has to come to us. If you put minor modification, it might not. And we won't even know because it wouldn't come before us to even decide it. I think major makes it easier, makes it clearer. There will be no more fighting about it. It comes to us, we get to look at it and say yay or nay.
Tom,
Go. Playing devil's advocate, and I understand Commissioner Butler, if they want to fence the entire property or gate it or along the lines of an SAYC, but what if the National Lutheran came back and said, I just want to put 4-foot picket fences around the cottage yards or something minor? Really shouldn't have to come back to the Planning Commission for that kind of.
I agree, but that's why, because it says lots 4, 5, and it's not cottages 3, 4, 5, or those
We have the
numbers.
discretion to make it major if we feel it needs it. And I would agree with you if an applicant or future owner were to come back and say, I want to fence the entire property and gate this and that, we would say, you're going back to the Planning Commission.
But you did
Well, that
do
just
that for
happened
us.
recently. Yeah, that just happened recently, and unfortunately, I think under your predecessor, gating an entire development that was ungated was deemed a minor modification. And so that could happen again. So making it clear that it's major would kind of make that, it would clarify that so it wouldn't happen again. So minor is really defined as minor. Major is anything like what this is discussing. This is really lots 3, 4, and 5, and 6 are, basically the entire project. So any gates around that or fences would make it a major modification, and we get to review it.
How about changing the within to the word around, future fencing or gating around those
That
lots?
does it. Good point. I think, Bob, that actually makes it more clear.
What makes it more clear?
Saying around, because within makes it sound like you're not allowed to put fences up within the project itself. But if you say around, like the perimeter of 3, 4, 5, and 6, meaning trying to encapsulate the entire project with a big fence, we're trying to make sure that's a major modification review versus minor. And so I think your suggestion of using around instead of within makes it clearer.
Around doesn't put you off of the property, does it? Technically.
No. We understand. I think.
All right. Okay.
Any other issues?
Commissioner Wallman, you would then change minor to major at Commissioner Butler's request?
Correct.
Okay, well, that's, yeah, okay, now,
Yeah, I think that's fair.
yeah, I got you. Yeah, good. Okay.
No problem.
51. And I'm going to ask Mr. Smith to sort of talk about this and the history of this and with other development projects. The applicant shall hire an environmental consultant to oversee sediment control and forest edge protection measures during the active grading portion of the construction. Such measures shall include the distribution of wood chips and the planting of forest edge appropriate trees within the wood chip zones. I don't know that the planting is going to happen during the grading portion, so that might go out. The environmental consultant should provide, okay, it says 2 to 3 inspection reports or report per week to the Department of Public Works. And these reports will be distributed to planning and zoning so that it gets to, it gets to Mr. Smith and posted for public review. Now, I have a couple of comments. Well, let's hear from Mr. Smith. Can you just give us some background as to when and where there have been environmental consultants hired and how it's worked?
Certainly. There have been a number of projects where the community and or city has felt highly environmentally sensitive areas needed an additional level of protection. And one of the examples I can give you was at Acton's Landing. There was great concern by the neighboring community that there'd be sediment runoff into Old Woman's Cove. So it was required that that cove be monitored weekly for sediment loads running off the site, if any, in the water, and a report be submitted to the city. The irony is, I believe the consultant involved in that was Alderman Savage. Was the consultant for that project. So we have used environmental consultants, and it worked really well in that instance. We have used environmental consultants in the terms of arborists. I'll go with the former BB&T Bank in Eastport. There was a large willow oak tree in the rear, and we required an arborist to be hired and submit weekly reports during construction to monitor the construction impacts on that tree, or I guess the lack thereof, hopefully. So we've utilized this process a couple of times. It's been fairly successful.
Now, do we need an outside environmental consultant, or is the company hired by this applicant adequate to do this?
Yes, I believe that the company that's here, Mr. Colbasco's firm that worked with the Forest Conservation Plan and Stream Restoration Plan, is perfectly adequate for this scenario.
What I understand that there's a big there was an article in the newspaper a while ago. What has the city done to sort of tighten up its construction monitoring?
Well, Commissioner Waldman, you're getting a little out of my forte, but I do believe they're looking to have developed or looking to develop, this being Public Works, a checklist that's more in depth. I understand that Public Works may also be looking for an additional inspector in the budget because it's a lot for one person to handle, hence why we're putting some of this onus onto the applicant to do so.
And Mr. Waldman, if I could just add that, yeah, Resolution 722 passed unanimously on Monday to try to strengthen our sediment control inspection process. And I think there has been quite a bit of progress made in how that will work. And Tom just mentioned the checklist. I think they'll be able to issue fines more easily when there's problems. But this idea of having a third party environmental manager for this sediment control issue during the most important part of the grading process, I think is critically important. And I think it's a great condition to add.
Commissioner Wallman, if I maybe be so bold, a little bit of mixing apples and oranges when you're adding in the measures shall include distribution of wood chips and planting of trees, because that's more for the arborist, and I think our city's arborist is perfectly adequate to handle those inspections. It was more of erosion control environmental issues that we were angling for here.
So you don't think that forest edge protection is going to be necessary?
Well, and the planting of that is going to come after the grading anyway, right?
Right. Yes.
So I'm not sure this is the right location for that particular language.
Okay. So you're suggesting that it be removed?
I don't think it's needed in this case.
And you also don't think that the forest edge protection measures, which is the wood chipping, is going to be required?
Well, again, we're talking about sediment control fencing, tree protection fencing, grading, all happens before that. Even though you're going to take those trees you're removing and chipping them and putting them there.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to leave in forest edge
And
protection.
I think it's fine to leave that there. I think it's just a further delineation.
Okay, now the number of inspection reports per week, how did it work in the past?
In the past, because they were a little bit different than sediment control, it was runoff. We did one a week. And I think even in Eastport, we may have gone to every other week at a certain point, but it's been suggested to me by those who have more knowledge in this area that 2 to 3 inspections per week are warranted.
Really? I was thinking bi-weekly because I was thinking if you have 2 or 3 inspections a week, they'll start gun decking the paperwork. And people start overlooking it. Oh, it's the same report as 2 days ago. You know what I mean? But if you say it from previous experience, I believe your opinion.
And I think that varies where, you have weeks where it may rain more than others. And after each rain, you're certainly going to want to have an inspection.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So should we put or as required to leave it to where you maybe at least 1 per week or as required up to 3? So you have the variableness of it, or doesn't matter?
Again, I'm going by what the environmental science gurus are telling me.
Okay. All right, Tom.
All right.
Good.
All right. Okay, and I just added the distribution to you to make sure that it gets to you.
Sure.
Okay. Final forest conservation plan should delineate the edge of reforestation at the cut edge of the forest, planted with native forest edge species, defined as smaller native trees that establish quickly. They're appropriate for the sun conditions between north and south facing. A 6 to 8 foot lawn edge between buildings in the reforestation area and a 4 to 6 foot lawn edge between sidewalks and the reforestation area.
That's just that's not even a condition, really.
Yeah, it is.
It's saying
okay, the edge reforestation is conservation to on the slopes of and possibly within the storm management facilities. So
A just says something that's nice to happen, but it doesn't really make it a condition that you should or shall do it.
well, what it's saying is reducing the amount of lawn is what my impression is. That
It says these are useful for maintenance, but it doesn't tell you should do it.
Right. Right. I'm not sure what that means.
We have utilized the term shall after these reforestation areas be planted. What we were suggesting here is that within those areas, a little bit of a lawn edge is just for maintenance purposes, a mowing edge, rather than planting right up to the building or right up to the sidewalk. It's sort of part of the design of the reforestation area.
So then
in other words, that lawn edge is adequate or sufficient for maintenance purposes.
Yes.
That's what you mean instead of useful.
Okay, are useful for maintenance and should be implemented or should be considered, something that tells them to do something rather than just say, oh, it is nice.
I understand your point, Mr. Chairman.
What do you want? You want should or shall be instituted? Should be considered, shall after maintenance.
Have enough flexibility in the widths. I'm not so concerned about that.
So after the word maintenance and should be considered and shall be implemented, what should we do?
Well, I hate to make it too. I don't want to limit the design flexibility. Frankly, there may be areas where we want less and areas where we might want
more. So and should be considered.
Fine.
Considered.
I appreciate the flexibility.
Right.
So there's an action. Okay.
The edge reforestation shall also be considered adjacent to, wait a minute. So what he means is can be installed adjacent to. Right? Doesn't mean
Well,
considered.
Considered to be installed.
I don't want to make it purposeful because I think there's a fair amount of discussion that needs to be coordinated with the civil engineer as to what is acceptable in and around stormwater devices. What we'd like to say is, can we look at these areas up to some of these slopes within the stormwater facilities? And maybe if they're large enough, can we actually plant some reforestation within them? But that's going to take a bit of a coordinated effort with the civil engineer.
Okay, so you're comfortable with considering them. That gives you enough authority.
Yes.
Okay.
If you're okay with that, I appreciate it.
All right. And then somebody added the bonding period for the stream restoration. And I added, and any erosion caused by the applicant shall be 5 years. I believe that this arose from Mr. Savage's comments.
Yeah, I believe the experience has shown is sometimes after the bonding period, there's been failures, and then it either goes back to an HOA or public money being spent to correct it.
And in this case, there is a bonding. Is there a bond for?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right.
So the bond is typically a 1-year period. I know maybe you don't know that. That's we've extended it from 1 year to 5 years.
That's a great idea because it takes that long for things to settle out and then some sometimes.
Right. And they'll get the bond and interest back or something they get. I don't know if they get interest. Okay. So these are the additional conditions. And the red is whatever we've added tonight. Okay. Okay. Now, given that, I'm going to make a motion to approve this application and the 53 conditions associated with it imposed upon it.
Okay, so there's been a motion to approve the application as presented with along with the 53 conditions. There will be time for everyone to make comment after we get a second on that motion, and I will second that motion. And now we have time for comments and more comment on the items in front of us. I, for one, will say we've heard from a lot of the other commissioners, but with these conditions, you address a lot of the concerns I had. The understanding from the applicant in the city of who's going to own the street, the Skipper's Lane extension, how that's going to play out in the future, and the control the city is going to maintain over the coming time if this project is approved, and what will happen to the Skipper's Lane and its boundaries and its buffers. So I'm comfortable with that, and we have a control measure there so it doesn't get out of our hands, and it's just as written on the plan as it exists. It can be tailored, and meetings with the community can happen, and the city will own the end-all be-all control of how that gets built out for Skipper's Lane. During this whole process, a lot of professionalism from a lot of people, not so professional from others, but all in all, everybody in the community cares, even outside of the city of Annapolis cares, and I'm thankful for everybody making their input on this. This has been 10, 15 plus years in the making, at least to get to this point. And who knows how much longer it may take. It may not even get approved. We don't know yet. But a lot has been considered. I'm not going to go down the rabbit holes of bringing myself down to what other things were done during this whole deliberation process or comments made or actions taken. But to do what's happening here and put into conservation the amount that's being proposed and where it is being done, how it's being done, and kept in a large part all the way down to the water, pretty much is fantastic. That's unheard of. And we're in a city. We are not out in the county. This is a city which is expected to be built up to some respect. So for a city to do this, it's almost like you built a central park. Even though you can't access it in whole, it is there preserved for the wildlife. So a lot of goodness in here, a betterment for the adjoining community, And I would like to see our city council members take usage of that money that comes in for tax purposes that first year, at least take half of it and guide it towards the local communities and better them in some way and for the community around. But as I see it, this is a fantastic compromise and a hard one to come to. A bitter pill for some to swallow, less bitter for others, but I'm for this. So I will go on to anyone else who's got comments, or I'm thinking I'm for this right now based on your other comments I may hear.
Ben, I'd like to add my comments. You know, I agree with everything that you just said, and I also agree that it's a couple of other people talked about compromise. It really is a compromise, and it's taken many, many years. I remember when I was on the Environmental Commission and we looked at this 9 years ago and talked about trying to cluster the development in the northern part of the property above the intermittent stream. And, you know, Mr. Harrison told me that would never happen. And so I have great pride now in the fact that this development is really coming to fruition in a way that took many, many thousands of hours of staff time, community involvement, you know, the National Lutheran Church's outreach and their willingness to compromise. The one thing I would like to say, though, is that this process was collaborative in many ways, but it did point out some problems with our process. I think we can do some things better. And one of the things I just want to mention, and it's not going to go to my vote, but I just need to say it, is that somebody mentioned the racial composition of our commission. And it kind of bothered me because yes, we are all white, and yes, we see things through our own lenses. And I welcome the opportunity to have more diversity on our commission. And Chairman Sales, I think you said the same thing, and you invited actually Tony Strong-Pratt to apply. And I don't think you were kidding. I think we need people of color to help round out our commission and make decisions that really reflect who makes up our town and what our city looks like. And right now, I don't think it does. Luckily, we have some new people coming on the commission, and there'll be another woman. But I just wanted to point out that those comments I took seriously, and I really hope that we can diversify our commission at some point. I also think that we can get better at outreach, and I know in this case there's been a lot of documented outreach, but I just heard from so many people after the fact, you know, that they didn't realize between Christmas and now that this was all happening. And for whatever reason, I'm not exactly sure how to do it, but I think we can get better at doing outreach. But on the whole, it's an incredible project, incredible collaboration. We've got some of the best experts around giving us advice. I mean, Jim Urban and his experience, and you know, our planning and zoning department experts, and a lot of the people who commented from the public really shaped this. And I'm grateful that I was part of it, even though it was painful at times. And these conditions really do help me, you know, think that it's going to be a good project. So my feeling is that it's a good project and it should go forward with these conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Butler.
I'd like to thank Tom Smith, and I'd like to thank Diane for reminding me that we at one point we thought that keeping all of the building above the intermittent stream was an impossibility. Tells us where we've been. So it's good. It's good. Thanks.
Yeah, I guess I'll step in here at this point. I agree with a lot of what has been said. I've been familiar with this project for quite a long time. I've been on the Planning Commission for about 10 years now. And Jim Urban did take us on a tour once. I understand how the water flows on the property. I understand where things were and where things are now. And it is a huge difference of where we are now. So I appreciate all the work that's been put into this. You know, with the racial thing, yes, I am an old white man, but I'm not an old rich white man. So I have to say that. So there is some diversity there. I'm not rich, but I am an old white man, but I'm still technically part of Gen Z. So I do worry about what's going to happen with these things when my generation comes about, that I think we need to really look at those aspects of properties transitioning, especially senior communities and other ones being looked at as new developments and not just, you know, something that's excluded from those rules. I think that I think we have come a long way. I'm not as I'm a little skeptical about, you know, if Tony can get what she wants, but I'm hoping that the National Lutheran, being a faith-based organization, will listen and will take into consideration the needs of the community around. I do think in some ways it is an improvement, especially kids walking to school. I don't look at it as a road that's going to be parallel to Forest Drive that people are going to be driving down. I look at it as when Forest Drive, I live at the end of Forest Drive. When Forest Drive gets blocked, it's just a slower way around that blockage possibly. That's just another access way around, not as a parallel. People are going to be driving this one to save time. So I hope that things work out, and I look forward to hearing what Alex has to say, because I know he's got a lot.
I'll just add a couple more comments to what I've already said, but the one thing that I wanted to reiterate, you know, in addition to what everybody else has said, is that you know, for the folks that have testified to us that are very much against this project, I just wanted to say that we have heard you, and while we're all essentially leaning forward to approving this project, we have heard you, and I do appreciate many of the arguments made, but you know, everything's imperfect, and you know, we have to judge things sort of holistically, and not, you know, and on its merits in all aspects. And you know, if one aspect of a project that does, you know, might have some negative impact, if that could rule the roost on every project, nothing would ever get done, because everything's imperfect. But you know, I think everybody has heard that, you know, on balance, this is a great project, and you know, I don't want to belabor the Skipper's Lane thing too much, but having redundant paths, and this is both goes for having Skipper's Lane plus the shared use path along Forest Drive for people who, you know, maybe if you're riding a bike and you're just trying to get down Forest Drive without having to go through a circle and, you know, wind through that neighborhood, you'll also have that way. So we have multiple ways this development provides multiple ways to get farther down Forest Drive, whether you're driving, riding a bike, walking, and it just provides options, which in many places of the city, there are no options. You have to drive unless you know, you're nuts. Anyway, but I too, with these conditions, satisfies many of the concerns that I have, and I think in balance, Annapolis will be better off with this development than without it.
Thank you, Mr. Pline. Any further deliberations on the motion that is on the table? And not seeing a frown from Mr. Beard legally, I believe we should move forward with a vote. So I will now take that vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve with the said conditions that are modified, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Mr. Rubio, Ms. Rubio Dorsey, and Mr. Spatkianudis abstaining?
Yes, sir.
Correct. Abstaining because you haven't been here until this meeting and are new. So with 5 to 0 to 2 abstentions, the motion passes and the application is approved with condition. Thank you, everyone, for the hard work. I don't really see anybody smiling, which I can very much understand. It's been a long road. It's been over a decade and a half plus, and many people out there. And this application will continue on its way up the chain to whatever next will happen.
I just wish every applicant was this cooperative. Maybe it'll be a model for all future applications that we see.
That is true. And Mr. Bradshaw, there still is that CEO meeting with Miss Tony Pratt about concerns and other things. We want to, and we've called for feedback from that. So we still are worried about that and want to see that happen and that coordination happen, even though not in a fixed condition, and we trust that it will. Staff, any other concerns for follow on for this item as it proceeds up the chain?
Mr. Chair, could I just say thank you for the commission's deliberance and due diligence during this process. So I just really appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you for your professionalism. I appreciate that.
Same
Sorry
here.
if we weren't at times.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we're extremely gratified with the result. A lot of years and a lot of hard work, and we thank you.
And I also want to give Tom Smith a lot of credit. He's been great to work with, and really, I won't say fun during the process, but a great collaborator. And certainly over the past few years, we wouldn't have got to this point without his help and assistance. So Tom, thank you.
And I want to make it known to the applicants that sometimes we may come off as maybe even being unprofessional or trying to push things along, but we are dealing with time. We are dealing with numerous things to juggle. And it may seem rude, but we have to get projects along and have to move things in an orderly direction. And a lot of times things are repetitive. So we apologize, but it is business when we ask to move things along and maybe don't accept further testimony from Mr. Hyatt or someone else as we move the project down the road. But that's the way business works. And, unapologetically, that's why we have to proceed. Mr. Beard, is there anything legally we're missing at the moment to solidify this and concrete it?
No, I think you've done everything you need to do, and I commend all of you for your hard work. You're leaving your mark all over the town.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Beard. Appreciate that legal advice. And with that, that item is completed. No need to continue that item, and we will move on to the next item. We do have to talk about it. It is 11:20 at night. And I don't believe that the Bay Village application will want to begin, but we do need to at least talk to the lead of that or the staff with regards to Bay Village Suites item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm the agent for him. I have to say that the entire team, I think, except for me, has moved on to greener pastures. And we're happy to take it up March 3rd. And I believe it's on the agenda then, or 4th, whatever that day is.
And Mr. Harrison, you are a well-versed person in how this works, but for the public, I'll make it known that I apologize that we didn't get to you tonight, but the biggest project in Annapolis history in recent time just went through. So you understand, I'm sure, but anyone does.
Of course.
All right, and thank you for that. Very professional. And I apologize again for making your staff and your application wait again.
We understand, Chairman, and no apologies necessary, but thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, well, we will continue item number 2 on the agenda, which is the Bay Village item, to our next meeting where it becomes the priority and continue from there. And that will then close out our agenda for this evening. So if there's any further comments by staff or commissioners, I would like to close the meeting out and then we would come off. So commissioners, last round, and staff issues we need to bring up.
Mr. Smith, would you look at my email because I need to hear from you, okay?
I will look at that, Mr. Beard. Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would like to express my just gratitudes and everything that Mr. Bradshaw, I want to reiterate that back to him. He is a true gentleman throughout this process. We were most fortunate to have someone of his demeanor to work with, and greatly appreciate the commission's trust and faith in the planning department. So thank you all.
Thank you,
Tom, I think what ruled the roost here is your dapper dressing throughout this process. Keep it up.
Tradition. Yes.
Being a bow tie guy, maybe I'm going to have to start wearing a bow tie. You elect me the chair, I'm going to have to start wearing a bow tie.
On that note, may I suggest that the first item on the agenda next meeting should be perhaps election of officers.
I believe there's a few minutes left tonight if you'd like.
We could do that.
Okay, or we could do it next, your choice, guys. We could do it next meeting or this.
Now let's go.
Okay, we can fit this under our last item of miscellaneous. So for officers, we do have to normally elect at the beginning of each year, but we chose to continue the election of officers until such a time when we completed the application that was underway that we just completed. So I will now take offers for who would like to see who the next Planning Commission chairman and vice chairman would be. And I guess we can do them one by one or both together. So let's do the first. I think we should handle one by one. So I will move that Mr. Alex Klein be the oncoming chairman or the next chairman for the Planning Commission for this year.
I second.
Ms. Diane Butler seconds that. Is the motion's on the floor? Is any further discussion? Ms.
If
Dorsey
you,
and Ms. Bucky News?
the only discussion is if you elect me, I will gladly serve with trying
Without
to fill
pay.
with trying to fill some very large shoes of people who have done an excellent job.
I'm sure you will grow those shoes. You know?
I've got a size 8 foot. I got a lot of ways to go.
Yeah, you got a size 10 head. You'll do well. Anyone else? Okay. No further discussion. All those in favor of Mr. Alex Klein being the chairman of the commission after this meeting closes, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Tom and Teresa, you can vote.
Yes.
Aye. He did a good job tonight from what I saw in my short career.
Tom voted Greek style. He did this. Yeah, aye. Yes.
Aye.
Right, and Teresa and Tom are positive. So that you're unanimous, Alex. At close of business of this meeting, you will be the next chairman of the Planning Commission.
Oh boy.
That comes up to the duties of
Buckle up.
vice chair. The vice
so
chairman.
I'll make a motion to for Bob to be up for vice chair.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Thought that might happen. Is there a second? There's no second yet. Okay. I was curious. I'm waiting for you guys to see what you wanted to do. All right. There's no. Okay, I'll second the motion. Let's see where this goes. Any further discussion? I'll say. You know what? Any one of you do a fantastic job at it.
Listen, I don't. The only reason it makes sense is I don't want to be the chairman. You know, it's like things are moving along. The only thing is when I go in front of the city council, all I can say, I'm the vice chair. That's the only reason. I've got the time, I'm retired and I can do it, you know, and I just do background work. So I have no designs on ever being chairman again.
And eventually in the next 30 years, you might.
And if somebody else steps forward and says, you know, it's time, I'd like to do it, I'm going to graciously accede.
Yeah, and you know, from the newly elected chair standpoint, you know, given that my tenure here has been 3 years, I appreciate having somebody who's been around the block to help back me up, just to bring some continuity. And you know, as I get a little more comfortable in those shoes, you know, if Bob wants to turn the vice chair over to somebody else, that's cool too.
I'll say this. I've gotten like the vibe from Dave and Diane that you didn't have the time maybe to do this for this year coming up, or maybe that's the vibe I got. I hope I didn't get that wrong. But
my vibe was that, you know, Bob's been on this, what, 30 some years, Bob?
Yeah.
And he's been recycled over and over and over again.
Yes.
I thought it might be time for, you know, Diane to step in as vice chair. That's the only reason. But I don't know if she's interested in it.
Exactly. Do you have the time? I mean, what do you got, Diane? You got the time for that?
You know, I like the idea of Bob continuing because of the continuity and the fact that he can go and testify in front of city council and things like that. I think it's important, and I think he does a great job. And I think at some point I would consider being vice chair, but I don't think this time around is good for me for just a number of reasons, which I won't go into right now.
And it's only 10 months till we could force you into it anyway. That's not that long till the next vote. You know what I mean?
Right. No, I think this is a good setup. I think it would work out well the way.
Sure, I'm a swing vote, Diane. You can influence me right now. But seriously, do you have time? I mean, you're busy. It's 10 months. You want to wait? You feel like
No,
waiting?
I do want to wait, and I have a lot to learn about running meetings and being able to cut people off and things like that.
Yeah, that's true. That was painful for me. And Dave?
No, you did a great job, I have to say. You really kept things moving, so I appreciate that. I have a lot to learn. I will really try hard to be up to speed so that when my turn comes up, I will be able to be a vice chair.
How about you, Dave? You want to be vice chair?
Oh, I've already been chair and vice chair. That's I'm
That's
fine
easy.
for now. Yeah, I'm fine for now.
Advises me. Okay.
I think Bob would be great in that. I just wanted to give Diane an opportunity. That's all.
Thank you.
I don't want, and Bob, do you have the time? We don't want to force you into something where because you've given so much, right? Honestly, it's a lot of time you put into this, and it's 10 months to the next election. You want it? No, you're just doing it because nobody else wants it, or?
Probably.
No, I think that this is a transition. We have two new people who are going to really need to learn.
Mhm.
And I want to be available to them, and that's all I look at it as a transition period to, in a year from now, it could be an entirely new commission.
10 months.
I may be gone by then, which is, definitely a possibility. So
You'll be living in a hut in Thailand and nobody could find you.
Oh God, I wish.
Okay, well, that's my deliberation. Teresa and Thomas, any bad news or bad side news on these two individuals, or what? Anything we
Not
should
at
know?
all. I was reluctant to second because I wasn't sure Bob wanted it. And I was like, I'm not going to be the one. to second.
Your opinion matters because you know these people, I would think.
Yeah, and also my term is up this year, so I don't even know if I could even do the rest.
When is it up? When is it up?
Well, I guess June is when they finish, because that's when it's always June is the transition time. So
Not
end of June.
always.
But you serve
until they replace me or reappoint. Yeah.
Yeah, you could be expired and still be a commissioner for the 2 years after that while they try to find somebody or don't get rid of you. So
it's been 10 years this month since I've been on the commission. So
once you're in, it's hard to get out. Welcome.
Roach Motel.
All right,
Okay,
let's go.
so
It's
the
11:30.
motion's on the table, been talked about. Any further conversation? All those in favor of Bob Waldman being the vice chair at the close of this meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So moved. At the close of business of this meeting.
And I thank you for the honor.
You're
And
welcome.
I move to adjourn.
I'll second.
All those in favor, any further discussion? Oh, it's wonderful. All those in favor of closing the meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. Thank you, everyone, and congratulations, Mr. Klein, the chairman of the Planning Commission now, and Mr. Waldman, vice chairman of the Planning Commission. The meeting is adjourned. Please take us off live of YouTube and advise when that is done. It's still live. And it is still live.
I think our staff member has departed because evidently I got a notice saying I am now the host, which is ironic.
Yeah. And we are
and
still